Yesterday we worked on the landing page. We're going to work on that today as well. And keep working on the, this is my first time looking at this today. So what we tried to do yesterday is develop just the skeleton. And we're going to polish this out a little bit. The idea of the landing page is going to show all the features relatively smoothly. So I guess the story here is it starts with actual insights on companies you own. The user, we should probably make this scroll bigger so they can see that. We spent quite a long time yesterday trying to get this. There's a few problems. We're gonna spend a bit of time on that, this first part today. This is okay. Actually, I think the only thing maybe is some color stuff, but add like maybe a little bit of accent, maybe on the button, send or something, like right when it sends. And the portfolio tracking, which is pretty good. We have the waitlist all set up, so that'll be cool. And then we're also going to work on today getting our data explorer, having the SEC data. It's all pulled in, but we have to actually design that page as well. So a lot of designing, but that is good. We have the data available. So this is the data explorer. And we're going to probably work on a few bugs here, because I noticed some just when I was kind of clicking around today. The statistics part, this part, and the volume part. Well, these three. We'll fix those. Cool. All right. 1 second here. I'm gonna try pinning a message one moment here. Oh yeah, that works great. Cool. Oh, granted you can't really see it. You have to click on it. That's right. Make that an auto message. So I don't really like this currently. Very common question. I will show you. Hey D-Hack, welcome. Fonts. The reason I send this is because I actually don't remember. I never remember what font it is. It's either this or this. Okay, so very first thing, fix this illusion. So I'm gonna send a little screenshot. I was thinking today about we could develop more hotkeys to speed up some things. But we'll work on that later. I was thinking tomorrow would be kind of like a fun day where we work on, because I have like this backlog of things that I think would be fun to work on, and I want to try to like knock them out. And I think it could be kind of fun, but it is a little bit of deviation from what we have been working on. So it'd include the game, include the make music thing, but also include a few projects for the workflow. And like just hotkey, kind of like what we did with this. So you can use hotkeys and move things around. It would be that kind of stuff. And maybe even a fun one of like maybe tracking your head to do something. I thought a little bit about that, but I was like, that's probably not very practical. Anyways, there's some libraries and things. So, anyways, so there's this current. We've broken the illusion, and it was right when we added our. I'm gonna get the exact name. That is the problem when you name all your commits design. But yeah, I use sometimes we use AI Studio for an initial design. However, in this case, it's been kind of more. I'd say this design itself has been more human in the sense that we're really coming up. Well, we're asking the AI for ideas, and the AI is helping us implement. But it's less like a one-shot. Hey, can you do this exact thing? One prompt, one. One outcome. I couldn't think of the word there. It's been more like iteration, trying to figure out exactly how we want to do this, and talking with the AI while we're ideating. But yeah, I use Gemini for a lot of other design stuff though, like AI Studio. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, welcome, guys. Okay. So our goal. Do you guys see how the text moves? It's supposed to be, the illusion is that it's supposed to be on the page. So we're trying to fix that. But there was a name for the animation that I added yesterday to make it smooth, like more smooth, that it's not applying to the text. So I'm getting the name of that. You can ask it to go ahead and do the commit history for you, but I'm thinking I can find it quickly. Maybe not though. Okay, I'm gonna ask it to look through for me. It's faster. So there was a certain type of animation we did for the smoothing of the corners. It's kind of like when we were talking about how we can make it so the change of direction doesn't end up jerky. That is what kind of messed up this illusion of keeping the text on the page. I want you to take a look at that, then look at the text, and then try to figure out exactly what has broken the illusion. I guess we just probably didn't apply the movements to the text and the chart as well. Let me commit some things. This is good. Let me see what I left these here yesterday. All right, so we have a problem of the. So I think you removed the World Bank folder on the front end. So just double check here. We do have some bugs, so I'm going to clear this. Right now we have this bug with the dark mode of the charts. So the dark mode charts are not being chosen when the user is in dark mode. However, they are being generated in Firebase, so should be a small fix. Go ahead and take a look. I'm gonna start a poll. I'm kind of curious. Kind of curious. That thing was the gradient stuff. Like we gotta make this darker. Because you guys can't see this at all. I can see it on my monitor, the gradient underneath. And I can't see it when I switch monitors as well, so. It's giving it a shot. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured would happen. Is there any way we can anchor these other positions to the line movement? Because if we could do that, right? If we could definitely make the line have the same, I guess, vectors, then it would keep the illusion. What breaks the illusion is that the text and the charts are moving differently from the main line across the screen. Before we continue, can you explain how the movement works for both? Because we're going to take a look. And the next step, if you guys work on your stuff, like, I cannot solve a problem, you add logs. And then once you add logs, we get the positions. It's the same, that's like the same process a dev would do. If I was trying to figure this out myself, I'd have to painfully go and log everything and then understand why the positions are different. But I just tell the AI to do that. So, hey, go ahead and log that, and then we will go into the logs and send it. Hey, SG, on that small chart, what happens when the line goes through it? Small chart, what happens when the line goes through it? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is it this line, maybe? Right here? You have finally upgraded Tahoe. Yes. Do you recommend to upgrade or stay with Sequoia? I haven't noticed any problems yet, but I'll probably wait before I make my conclusion. But so far, so good. I don't really notice any problems. It was a risk, of course. So it kind of misunderstood. I'm gonna discard this last question. I mean, discard this last change here. I'll read again just to make sure. the white line, what happens when the line graph goes through it? I'm not really sure it's still the question, so feel free to clarify. Okay. Okay. I'll make this bigger so I can see very clearly. Okay, here's the issue though, right? It's not that they're not moving, because they are moving and there is an attempt to create this illusion. The issue more is that it is slightly off and there's some movements as far as when it's fading in and it's just not quite right, right? Is there any way that we can really make the main line, you know, you mentioned it's in SVG coordinate space, right? The first question is, are these in the same coordinate spaces? Because that's going to help you. Sounds like you're using just some CSS positioning stuff, which is probably the issue, right? What do you think? That kind of makes sense to me, that you're using two different positioning methods. Say that white line is just flat line after the yellow dot, then it will go through the small. Are you kind of ideating about how we could change this animation? Oh, are you saying like somehow that line becomes this? That's kind of a cool idea. Not sure yet how. Let's go ahead and ideate about this. No, white line will overlap the small chart. When you say chart, are you talking about this? You want the line to go through this chart here? So the idea would be you have the chart and somehow the line is through it? I think if you did that, you probably need a container of some kind. But yeah, I do agree with what you're saying though, as far as this right side is not totally what we want yet. So we're gonna have to do a little thinking. I'm not gonna spend all day on this particular thing, but I will spend probably a decent chunk because I'd like to knock out a few different things as well. But we will try to get it right over the next few days. What happens when the main line goes through the bar chart? The main line doesn't go through the bar chart. It's just it's an animation. You know what I mean? The main line will never go through that bar chart. This is not the, I don't know if that's the question. I'm confused. Richard Codex? I haven't tried it yet, Matthew. I really like Opus 4.5 personally. It's really good. But what do you guys use Codex for? Everything in the SVG moves together perfectly. Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thought we did do this at some point, but it's okay. Yeah, I suppose let's do it. The first iteration of this is going to look a little strange, but we will do it. That line is based off on the data. So if the data, this line is not based on any data. This is a landing page. Are we looking at the same thing? This is a landing page. There's no data. You know what I mean? It's like, so this is what they load in, and they're going to scroll and see some animations of how the product works, but there's no data. Let me know what the confusion is, because I'm actually curious, because I don't want people confused. All right, so I know the first iteration of this is going to be a little wonky, because it's going to actually have to reposition it, and we're going to have to do that a little bit. Yeah. This is just a landing page. Oh, no worries, no worries. I mean, the rest of the product is real data, but this is the landing page. Yeah, join the. Okay, there we go. See, it fixed the. I think at some point the problem was somehow it removed the fact that these are supposed to be in the same coordinate system. But whatever. Nice. Now we have to reposition everything back to what it was. Let me show you where it is now and where it needs to be. Yeah, so now we need to position everything to where it was. I'll show you where it is now and where it needs to be. There it is. I wasn't sure totally if it's... Yeah. So the reason why we're doing this is we want it to be a bit interactive. So people can hover over stuff, click things. The problem is AI video is going to look very AI, I would say. The video is not solved yet. Every time you see it, but one day it'll work. We could experiment with the idea of like, they could type in their own question. So let's say they get here, right? Maybe they could click it and start typing and try to, and then a little tricky on that one. Also with technically, let's see. So, okay, there's a few things we're gonna think about. I think this doesn't really look very good, this fade out thing. So I wonder if we could figure out something else. I use the Cloud Code Max, so the $200 one. The $100 one is pretty good too, though. One major problem is the chart is not creating the similar illusion as the text, so it's on a fixed it's fixed at the same position instead of moving like this text is. No, this is the landing page. You know, like when they come on the landing page and they're checking out, we're kind of showing them what the product looks like. You know, landing page like this instead of this. It's showing more of the product. So that text, you know how it's fixed. We didn't achieve this goal for the chart. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to say that. I guess is it not clear that this is not really part of the product? This is just, I mean, this is just showing, trying to tell a narrative of the, but once we get it positioned right. Let me take a look at some of these files here as far as how big they've gotten. Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay, now we just have to size it again, but other than that, the illusion is fixed, so that was kind of an important part. Broke the fade as well. I'm trying to fix that. Oh, it's still there, good. It's just a bit, maybe too fast, but I would say overall. I'm gonna commit that change there. I'm gonna go check out in the World Bank folder that it's there now. Just put the US, interesting. We gotta tell it to keep the folder structure. For the World Bank folder structure, do you see the problem? You know how we removed the dropdown originally for all the countries? It's the World Bank, then it's all the countries in the World Bank, literally the 220 countries, and then it's, you know, the folders for each country. Do you understand the general structure? Go ahead and repeat back to me before we continue. Yeah, I made 3 Discord bots. One is our Vibe mod. It moderates our channels, stops people from doing all sorts of things. It's got a lot of features, logging. Basically, in one night, I created the Discord, a lot of functionality that you see in popular Discord bots. So the Vibe Wave plays music. You can make AI generated music in the channel, and Vibe Mod does all of our moderation, and then VibeBot, we're just gonna keep adding more and more commands and games maybe and things like this. Maybe some trading, auctions. I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed working on it. And my $100 plan is running out of usage. Problem is that my company is paying $100. Gotcha. Oh, that's kind of weird. Can't be like, hey, huh. I'm kind of surprised that a company wouldn't upgrade. I mean, their engineers are probably one of their highest costs. They couldn't do another 100. You know, that's pennies for compared to this software engineering's salaries and stuff. Okay. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Yay. All using the Cloud Code. Cloud Code is amazing. And Opus, it's seriously awesome. I mean, to do that myself, I was thinking about that today. Like, you know, so before I was working on this, I was working at a company that, I would say working on something maybe similar complexity to something like this. And it took like 2 people plus contractors and stuff to build this over like a 4-month period. And we kind of built something, I would say, similar complexity in a month. So that's probably about right. It's like a 4 to 5x, maybe a bit more actually, but I'm going to say conservatively 4 to 5x speed up. You guys sometimes might think it's going, but my frame of reference is what it was before. Like, I know how long it took before to make this kind of stuff. And so for me, it's much faster. Yeah, anyways. Based on, you know, all the features we have and this kinds of things. Make sure to tell my company every time. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of surprising. Like, why would they not want to give their engineers more? I mean, this is the most useful tool. Anyways. Needs a position in the right place. I need to give a little more information. I'm just going to ask it to, can you size down by 50%? You are a size. Cool. Just got to position it down into the right place again. Nice. Do the same for the text on the left. Our daily brief. Blah, 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 blah. What is the RAM capacity of your device? Planning to buy a Mac. So the 16 gigabytes, I would say, is plenty, because I had the 16 gigabyte one. Unless you're doing some maybe video, like if you're working on a video editing project, but as far as everything we've done thus far, that was plenty. However, with that said though, 16 gigabytes, I wouldn't consider that to be a future-proof device that'll work right now, but I'm not sure 6 years from now how that, you know. With that said though, again, it depends what project you're working on. If you're just working on little websites like this, probably, you know, still fine there. Like, it's just when it gets into games, if you're working on games, maybe 6 years from now, right? Maybe that wouldn't be enough. Don't know. The main reason is that we review every part of AI code. Yeah. Since we review the code, technically I never run out of usage. Gotcha. Makes sense, yeah. I do have a question though. I'm a CS student and I didn't make many websites using Jakarta. some of the Spring Boot, and I still think some AI code's better than me. Should use AI. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll show you guys some tweets. I mean, everyone is very, very intelligent people. Let me pull up some stuff. Karpathy is just one example, but Google's principal, this is principal engineer at Google. Granted, you could argue Google has an ulterior motive to push, sure, but Karpathy definitely doesn't. So, anyways, we've been trying to build distributed agent orchestrators at Google. There are various options, not everyone is aligned. I gave Cloud Code description of the problem, generated what we built last year in an hour. Interesting. And I just know from my experience as well, very good. So I would say definitely use it. However, you should learn the fundamentals. That is important about software engineering. So that way you don't run into problems. And it also helps with your, for example, right, when we're trying to design, we're learning about design because it helps the query and things like this. And knowing in the future how to get to where we want faster. All right, so now we just got to, you need to size it down probably another 70%, the text on the left. And then you're going to move the chart down with the headline text on the right. We do have the position that we want, so I'll probably just feed that back once it does that. Hey, Tom. I review Cloud Code, generate code, and the code quality is C+ at best. It create assumptions on a file. Yeah. I'd say, what do? You gotta like make it more and more surgical, right? It's like the complexity of the code base, as you scale, the generations are going to be worse if you're trying to read more and more. But it's not that the code is like, I think if you, let's say you use it for autofill, I think that's probably what I'd do. Let's say I was working on a really complex project, like I'm working on the Chromium browser or something, and there's so many moving parts and everything, or whatever, you know, then it's just probably going to be an autofill, right? And then you fix the autofill. But at any level there's really no scenario where, me personally, I would not be using it. For this project, I'm okay with the bigger generations, but that's my preference. SG707, you know, it just depends on what your work. It sounds like your workflow is kind of this review process, and that's probably, you know, that's obviously always part of it, but maybe the generation would improve with just if you use it for autofills. That's what I would try to do. I haven't experimented with that workflow because I haven't worked on a project like that recently. But just I'm kind of thinking about what I've heard. Some people tell me that they do, and that's probably what I would do. Would a CS degree be enough as fundamentals? Because next summer I'll be, yeah. Good projects are, I think a CS degree, that's actually perfect, right? You're going to get the fundamentals. You're forced to do it in order to, in some ways, I think my CS degree over-prepared me. Not over-prepared, but it's like, you know, it's a little more intense. I don't know, it depends where you went, but as far as the actual job itself, you're going to learn everything there too. So I would not worry too much about that. All right, this is a little annoying. Let's move down the chart again. Let me just modify the number stick tool. oh, there we go. Yeah. Go from 155 to, and so the text is not being hooked up to the number that you're scaling down. So let's investigate that. The way Cloud Code reviews the code, it said as many grep commands to try to understand the code. Context is to, yeah. But you know, that's just like a, it's just what I said before, which is like you do more surgical stuff, right? You pass in, and what I mean by that is like you have a function, you have the docs for how you're going to implement this, you know, you have the feature that you're working on, and then you have, granted, what you might be saying is if you're working on a truly shared component of like 1,000 different areas, and you're writing a function that needs to know about all of that. It's fair, right? Curious on your experience working with that, I guess. And like specifically what kind of like your code base is, what's the situation, you know? So it's not, let's go ahead and investigate how the scaling is working for that text. And this has to be moved up. I have an idea. In the future, I think what we're going to do, you know, instead of, because like there's a decent amount of time where we spend positioning, we could maybe, it would maybe be faster to just make them grabbable, and then we just log the XY and then we give it back and then side simple, because I can implement that pretty easily. Okay, fantastic. Now it's gone though, so it must be either too small or it's somewhere off the screen. Go ahead and make it close to the chart so we can see it. We're gonna try that idea of moving the components ourselves after. What have you shipped in the last 31 days? Interesting. So this is going to be on the waitlist soon. So it's our product here. You can look through the stream if you want to see, because a lot of people join and we have to explain it a lot. So. Okay, so moved it to x equals 50. I sign in again. Do they take interns seriously? I guess depends who you're asking about. So take a look at this image. Still no. Investigate. First of all, before you begin, go ahead and add logging for the positioning of that. It's either off the screen or too small. So we're trying to figure out why. Also explain how the positioning of this is working. Yeah, how's it going? As far as almost being done, I like where we're at. But I have a lot of ideas for what I want to do going forward, so it'll probably be a long-running project. There we go. Okay, we got the text. Okay, now we just got to position this over here again. Okay, can you shrink it by 75% again? The text is still very big, so just double check. Check how this is hooked up, the scale. Make sure that the scale is not just shrinking the container size, it has to shrink the text. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the... Nice editing. Oh, thanks. You guys don't have to worry about that. I'm already committed, so we're doing this a long time. And it's chill, you know, this is not... Some people join and think it's like a speed run or something. Okay, cool. We got our government data. Here, we fixed the folder structure. So what I was worried about with these folders is that it could get a little bit dicey as far as... Oh, I see. It's because it's duplicating some of the folders. Okay, great. So because it's duplicating some of the folders, that's why it's one level too big. Yeah, thanks, Yek. How's it going? How are you guys doing? Okay. We're duplicating some folders. So for example, all the governments and fiscal, and we're doing this actually a lot on the throughout the government data. Can you go ahead and make sure not to duplicate? They're doing MC speedruns. Nice. Now we'll try the dragging thing. Can you go ahead? So I want you to make both of these components draggable. So this text here and the chart. The idea behind this is that we're going to log the positions of these as we're dragging it. And then I'm going to give you the final position and scale. So these components should allow me to scale as well. And then that way you can just plug it in once so it's the translations and the scale. So let us control that with our mouse and drag things around. Worth an experiment. If that works, that's how I will design it going forward, is make them just draggable. The other thing is I can't drag the... experiment a little bit with putting this over here, just out of curiosity, but I think it makes sense over here. But... Cook 0 for life. Hey, Contronym. You know, you're targeting the education market, Quizlet app. Yeah. The Keno made a good point on the Discord, which is like, maybe not a lot of people working in the apps for women specifically. So maybe some alpha in creating apps for your girlfriend or something. And releasing it. Cool, I still can't move that text. Can you try to implement it the same way as the graph? The scale works though, just not the grab. There's still a bug currently with the sector performance for the afternoon brief. Right now, can you take a look actually in Firebase? Did it store for the current day, which is January 3rd, 2026? Can you actually look, did we store the sector performance there? This is our first check. Okay, it's doing some debugging. Okay, still no, not draggable. But we see the red. If you need to add logging for this. Ah, interesting. Okay, got it. Okay, now we know what's going on. So it's clickable at the very beginning of the animation, but when you zoom in, then it's no longer clickable. So once you get to the point fading in, etc. Well, I guess we don't really know for sure, right? Some of it's a black box, right? As far as, but there's probably some people who've already, you know, they definitely have. They jailbreak the prompts for the IDs, so you can maybe look up and see what the difference is between the system prompts for the cloud code system prompts and the instructions versus anti-gravity. Yeah, so some stuff like that is different. I think I see what's happening is it made the rectangle draggable, but when the text actually fades in, starts to fade in. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So it's I think it's as the text fades in, then it's no longer draggable. If it can't solve it, it's fine for the moments because we can just drag it like this. And it's okay. Because all right, Kanban. I haven't. No, I haven't tried it yet. I kind of have actually with Archon and tried a little with. Actually, I didn't really try the auto cloud thing. Probably make this text a little bit. Do you see this text here? We're gonna ideate on the color. It's a little bit too light. Some monitors it's hard to display, so we're gonna have to come up with. Can you take a look at this design doc here? Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to do, so I'm going to stop it. We dragged it to the right place, but we need to save the position and the scale we chose. Yeah, I kind of talked about maybe I should make it a little command, why I'm just not really interested in these kinds of things at the moment, but I have tried it with a bit with Archon. So maybe I'll explain it. I'll put in like a Nightbot command, but it's like those kinds of things, they add extra context to the LLM, and adding more context can degrade the performance, so I'd prefer to just be more in the loop. That's kind of the summary. Can you go ahead and add a log that's going to print the positions of both for these things in the scale every just make it every on the zoom it's displaying these, because I need to actually communicate them to you. So on the scroll it's gonna have the log there for the positioning. Nice. That's perfect, actually. That's just the right amount of levels. If it was too another, I think it would be too much. I think we'll change the order. I really like how it jerks up. But no, not sure to fix it. I'll think about that. I don't really like that, but it's fine at the moment. How it kind of jerks around. Nice, perfect. Perfect, so this is what we set here. I'd like you to set these values. So perfect, yeah, we'll probably do that in the future when we work on designs, just make it draggable, and then we can just set it ourselves. Hey Marcus, maybe. Actually, yeah, I don't see why not. Maybe either today, tomorrow. Yeah, fix a few bugs. And work on this landing page stuff. But maybe a bit longer, actually. We'll see. It's not too serious. I think the fade for this. Can you make it so the line fades out with the dot? Right now the dot fades out first, and then it's the line. I see what's happening there. We should never be able to see this line through the dot. Do you know how we could approach fixing that? It's because we're setting the opacity down. Let's talk about it first. So I need a little bit on how we're going to make this page. Oh, actually already a graph. Interesting. Oh, nice. Interesting. Okay, well, let's set up a basic little graph, and we're going to populate this with the data. And they can click around. Cool. So based on this data here, we want to have a chart that's going to list all the numbers, similar to the SEC Financial Explorer. I'll show you. The styles don't have to be the same. Actually, it should match our current styles, but it should allow you to surf through the numbers. And the way it works is when you click on one of these, it's going to actually build out the chart based on the data, the historical data. Go ahead and try to implement this. This should work for the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement. So I think we have to go with number 1, right? Well, let me use Opus 4.5. So I'm use Sonnet. Interesting. Yeah, that could be. So yeah, we'll try to fix that a little bit. Okay, the clip mask, very laggy. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Maybe because it's a circle. Nice, perfect. A little strange. Just gotta zoom in on the data. Make the chart auto zoom on the data, because right now it always starts at 0. Also, it's doing some weird drop down thing. I'll show you. Also, no green or red. We're gonna do just monochrome stuff. So. Technically, that mask worked. It's just very laggy. Just out of curiosity, what makes this mask laggy? Gotcha, gotcha. I don't really like that either. Is there any other option here? Oh, cool. So we have this here. I don't know why it highlights it like that, but that's okay. This is roughly right. However, I think it's using the annual data, but we have quarterly, so that would make the points a little. Should have a toggle. I'll have the valuation data. I noticed I didn't get didn't get an email today, so that's another bug. Oh right, it's weekend. Never mind. It's Saturday. Sorry, I meant actually Friday. Market's closed today, so January 2nd, go ahead and look in Firebase. There's a little bit of weirdness I will show you. For some reason, it's highlighting a lot more than the one I clicked. Strangeness, 1 second. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna use Shotter now. It's the hotkey. Oh, right now I'm doing this, fixing this little bug here. My MacBook screenshots are failing. There. So all these were selected when I clicked contract revenue. So should only select the It seems like you did select it for the graph, so you just make sure to, and it's a UI thing there. Supposedly maybe fix. Oh, nice, it fixes the chart we're fixing. Very bad, but as far as the colors, but it's at least it's using the technically dark mode charts. So cool. Let's commit that because that is important. Yeah, that is kind of annoying. Wait, hey, SG, why can't you, I guess you probably can't do that, yeah. You can't use your personal, right, for your, I assume that's what you're talking about. Because you couldn't pay 100 for your own plan, right, and use that. Because you're saying probably your company doesn't allow that, I imagine. What is this? Actually, this is weird. Yeah, this is weird. So right here, why did you, so the way this works is you just fetch the different chart. Oh, I guess somehow we have a background color behind it. Strangeness. Right, they're using it as a, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, whoops, I sent that to the wrong chat. I suppose it's okay. We will commit it. It's not that great, but... Cool. Okay, and we got to fix the mask. Actually, didn't want to commit that. Oh, perfect. Yeah, obviously that's what we do. I didn't think about that. You scale the dot the same way that you scaled it in. So definitely do this. So you scale it back down just like how we scaled it in. Then you actually don't need to fade out the color at all. So you can imagine that shrinking again instead of the fade, and it'll look a lot better. Oh, I actually don't think it's changing the color. I'll be right back. One moment. I'm back. Nice. Let's see what that looks like. Interesting. Kind of keeps your attention. So I think it should probably go out sooner. The reason I'm kind of doing this is I'm thinking, wouldn't it be kind of cool if this dot somehow connects to this? Like maybe the dot becomes the typing thing. But in order to do that, you'd have to probably come in from this direction instead, which is a little strange because it doesn't follow the chart. But maybe you could do something. So you should be able to like hover over and I'll show you some things. Okay, but not sure on that yet. I'll think later. I think I'm going to change the text of this something happened here though. Hey, sure, man. So this is the landing page we're working on. We had an old one that we felt like was kind of outdated, so we wanted to try to show the product in an interesting way. But there's three major components. You have a very customized newsletter, so you can choose what you get every morning, and it's tailored to you, so the type of investor you are. So you can put in this preferences like your approach, your themes and catalysts, your time horizon. And we also know what you put here. So if people enter their portfolio, their watch list, and we give them lots of statistics. And then there's the third component where they can do research and generate charts. As I've been testing this, so you can generate charts like this. So it's kind of like historical backtesting sort of stuff, where you're curious on certain ideas. How does Tesla, what are the Tesla returns after Apple drops? What are Apple's returns when Chinese stocks go down? And various questions like this. Yeah, so those are sort of the three components. And we have our data explorer as well, which is where you can save your collections that you care about. So we have all of our data here. This is government data, different countries, and then we have our company financials. You can search whatever, Apple or... Okay, cool. So we just added this company financials. So now we need to think about the search optimization. For that is quite a bit too slow, I would say. And also, yeah, there's something we should think about as far as the search. If I open a folder, I don't want to necessarily search the government data as well. So, but yeah, we're adding this so people can save collections, and then it's just auto updates. Instead of you have to go find it all the time. We'll have earnings transcripts, and we're going to have valuation ratios, and they'll be saved under the company name. And you can bring the collections in here. That's how you would keep track. Okay. That's a low overview. Probably should come up with a quicker elevator pitch. Okay, something happened here. So this text here, take a look at this design doc. I think we accidentally erased this last question, which we did ask. So we're gonna use this documents to come up with a new color. The problem is right now it blends into the page too much, so on different monitors you can't really see it. I'm kind of thinking about the positioning a little bit. Hold on, let me commit. Okay, hypothetically, right? No, that doesn't really work. Let's see real quick. Yeah, I can't really think of any other place. Like maybe you could do something here, but I kind of want it to be close by the dot, ideally. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm going to keep it how it is for now, I think. Make a new drop down at the bottom. We're going to use it to experiment what we're going to change it to. I do see the problem here. So right now the legend, make sure it's a little away from the graph. Nice. Cool, that's fixed. That was just a UI display issue. I gotta fix the chart color stuff, but that's fine. The next thing we're going to investigate is this portfolio performance. It's still 0%. We had 1 day of the year of performance, so we're going to take a look. We recently switched to Alpha Vantage, so. Hey, so dude, how's it going, Kai? Oh, sorry, I missed your message here. Good. Curious where you source the data for the charts. Some different areas. I'll show you. If you have a custom trained model for the chart, no custom trained model. We use a Gemini, but for the chart generation, kind of our own little pipeline we run through for validation, and we have like some helpers. Yeah. Let me show you for the data. This is government data that you can grab, the APIs that are you can use it commercially. We have also some World Bank data that you can also do the same thing with. For the company financials, we're grabbing directly the SEC filings and we're extracting out information. Let me see what happened to the music. Looks like maybe the bot is having some issues. So I will put on Suna. Oh, never mind. It was playing. Just my headphones clicked mute or something. I understand. Anyways, yeah, and for the price data, we're using Alpha Vantage. Go right now, we're getting a different color for the top part there. Let me see on this screen. Probably you should make the text a little bigger. Hey, look on this monitor. Yeah, you can you can see it. At least I can. Granted, it says... Well, okay, we're going to fix one more on this, and I'm going to leave it for the moment. This first part. So right now on the something happened here, the fade in, it should be left to right as well. So this is a good bug fix. I'll change this. What was this again? Oh, this is the legend. Let me just make sure that looks good. Okay, still no. Okay, but maybe to the right, I guess. So now it doesn't fade in. So you're going to implement it the same way. It's kind of like a trigger, and then it's going to sorry, it's not just it's also this text as well. So both the something happened here and this the Hey, thanks, Maverick. My general strategy here is like, as soon as I start to get a little bit annoyed with this, which I'll work on something else. That's kind of been historically what I do. If like it's like not, I'm just not getting what I would like. I don't want to be spinning the wheels on the same thing for too long. So I'm going to discard these last changes. Okay. Very bizarre state bug. It seems like a cache issue or something because I discarded the last changes. So I'm gonna check in Chrome. There you go. Yeah, so it's a cache issue. Interesting. Oh, nice. The legend is... Maybe just put it over here. Anyways, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. Okay. I'm gonna hard refresh here. Interesting. Oh, I'll use Chrome for a bit then. It's fine. Can we move the legend so the legend just goes off to the right? So that way it just doesn't interfere with the chart. Interesting, I notice it changes the chart every time. So it's making some random lines. You have to actually put the labels in. Oh, I see, they're cute. Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. It's just getting clipped. I was confused. I was like, what? Okay, now make so the legend should fade out with everything else. It shouldn't come up with the lines on the next transition. And the second thing is make the lines transform into another 2 lines. Does that make sense? So the lines are going to become a portfolio performance chart, which is going to have like different information, right? So you have to do like a little bit of a transform animation, but don't do it until, or it should be a gradual as it's going up, it's changing its shape. Whether that'll work or not is another story. Do this another one. So take a look at in our landing page. We're going to replace what we've done with we have this like gradient image. It's just not looking too great. We're going to actually just use a normal gradient and make it somewhat strong. The color should match the stone that we're using for the text, the stone color. Actually, no, it shouldn't. Yeah, so the way it should work is the legend doesn't move up at all, but the lines, it's going to just fade out where it was. It's a little too much pause there, I think. Too much slowdown. Should go a little faster. A low glitchiness, but the next thing, we just have a little bit too much pause as we're coming in. It should be a little bit of scroll is going to get you to the first frame where you have the charts and the, so just, but go ahead and modify it a bit. So the pause, the slowdown, that before we continue, point me to the code that you're going to change, because yeah. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. So we added a gradient, fix the legend thing, fading out too slow. Okay, now it's fading out too slow, and move this legend just a little bit to the right, just a little bit, and fade it out with the rest of the elements, not the lines though. Broski, not the background. Call it the text color. Okay, I just wanted to see what that would look like. It did not look good, but just curious. We should probably keep it the same color, right? As before. Any other ideas for colors or any other ideas for designs here we can do? It's a little too slow as far as the... Should probably try this with a normal mouse. I'll try it on my MacBook mouse. Okay, yeah, like way too much scrolling, I would say. Let's try these. Oh, definitely not one of these though. Try. This currently takes a little bit too long to scroll through. We're going to reduce the amount of time it takes to scroll through everything by 50%, but don't change. Yeah. Trying to figure out, that'd be cool if this stuff fades out, but the line somehow becomes something on this next page instead of a fade out. I don't really like it. There's like way too much scrolling to get, and I think the slowdown is too much. Way too much scrolling to get to the initial point where we're showing the text in the chart. So try to reduce that by 50% and handle the slowdown as well. It's just slowing you way too much. The reason why it seems fast with this mouse is because it's like I have this like rolling mouse, but most people don't have this thing. I mean, whatever you call this, very smooth scrolling. It's like a wheel that. So I probably should be testing us on the MacBook scroll. That's probably more realistic. That's how someone would use it. Still a little too slow, I would say. Yeah, it's way too slow. What the heck? Oh, I see. It's changing all of the triggers. G502. What's that? Oh, it's you're talking about the mouse. It's this Logitech MX motor or MX Master. I meant to say 3S. I like it. It has like some, you can set some hotkeys and get the volume and. Yeah, so now this mouse is ridiculously fast, but I am making a reasonable assumption that most people do not have this thing. There will be a small segment of people where they'll be like, damn, this website scrolls quick. Okay, actually this is pretty good. As far as like, I didn't have to scroll very much. The research is still too slow, but the first part is good. Yeah, that's probably roughly right. I think that's probably how someone would use it. Every computer is probably a little different, so that'll be a little tricky, but okay, cool. That's actually pretty good. Okay, it's almost there. The research page is just a little bit too much scrolling. If you could speed up that section, but the rest of the sections are pretty good. And I think we're going to add a section in between this. So you have the research, and then it goes to the data explorer, which will have all the financials, and then it goes to the portfolio tracking. So we're just going to hit all of them. And then I think that'll be good. Oh, there's a little bit of jankiness. We will fix it. And then the final step after we do that is that these should be a little bit interactive. It shouldn't just feel like a video. You should be able to like hover over stuff and get some cool, and that shouldn't be too hard to do, I think, because of the way we've done it. That's kind of the benefit we get, is that we can, if this was a video, then it's you get no potential, I mean, you have to do some kind of weird stuff, but realistically, no way to make it very interactive. Like, for example, right, on this page, we can make it interactive by them actually hovering over and getting the exactly how our UI works, where you have the showing the values and things like this. All right, it's coming together. It's getting there. Design is hard. But the landing page is important, I think, so it's okay. I think the scroll and the research is fixed, because I think that was about right. Let me check again. Yeah, that's pretty good. Nice. So we're going to add the data explorer now, and that's going to be in between these two. We'll fix this small little thing with the weird jankiness. What exactly is happening? Somehow just gets jerked down by something. Probably the new elements loading in or something. I don't think... Oh, I see. It's the... I think this box disappears. My MacBook dragging thing is broken at the moment. I have to restart my computer or something. Okay, so there's a little bug, tiny bug, where I think the container disappears. Do you see the difference in these two images? What happens? Because it jerks up a little bit as it's animating. The line and then the other stuff jerks down. So go ahead and, before you continue, tell me what I'm talking about and clarify your understanding. We'll make the scroll bigger. That's maybe a little too fast. The actual animation of the chart a little too fast, but too bad. Oh, did it fix it? Oh no, it didn't. No, I don't think that's the issue. It appears to be the bottom container that was containing the portfolio that disappears and then everything else moves down. It seems like that's what's happening. It's not actually fading out. The games are this is my game. But in some sense you're right. Like, it's I could easily just be playing some games too, because that's pretty fun. I just try not to... I haven't read games in a while, so I feel like once you break the cycle, it's a little easier to keep it going, easier to maintain. Oh, so it actually tried to fix it. Let's see if it succeeded. Oh, it actually did. Fantastic. Nice. That's smooth. I thought that would be a harder one. Oh yeah, that's really good. Nice. I wonder if it can, instead of that, you see there's some jerkiness still. If it could make it a little bit more like a gradual fade in thing. All right, guys, we're getting there. I actually like that. The movement is right now, I think. So if we fix the jerkiness, I think it'll look good too with the new chats that load in. On a similar vein, when you go in the research workspace and it loads in the chats, there's a little bit of jerkiness with the components when you load in the new thing, jerks everything up. If we could do a more gradual movement, it's okay that you're moving the top part, but it should be more of a tween between the two places, right? So it's like you move from there, and then you also are going to fade in the thing. Thanks, Kai. Time is limited. Vibe code has, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I really like it. Especially when it works. Yes. Maybe a tad faster. 10% or something like this. Because I have to, the reason is I have to, let's go ahead and maybe talk a little bit about what the differences for each device is going to be, because I don't know what the default like Windows scrolling speed is. It might be kind of weird. But we'll be able to watch it in post-hog. The way that we can evaluate if it's too fast is how often people are going forward and then back because they missed something. And it's not too... Yes. It's true. It's true. So that's pretty deep. So I discard. That's not quite what I mean. Before we continue, do you understand what I mean? So here's what I'm talking about. I'll show you. So right when the chat loads up, where it's like Apple has 0.82 correlation, it like jerks, right when it loads, it jerks everything up. The idea here is it's like everything's a gradual movement, so all the top part will animate it to the right place over time, and then we'll fade in the chat, so everything's very smooth. And we'll do that for the next chat that comes up too. We move everything, then fade it in the next one. Okay. I sign in here. Actually, let me look at this without being signed in for a little bit. Just make sure everything looks okay. So what we're going to do later, probably not right now, but we're going to style the charts similar to the landing. We're going to try to do something similar to this. I think that'll look pretty nice. Oh, nice. It actually did it on the last one, so it understood a little bit what we're trying to do. Not quite, though. It's still jerked up, I think. Yeah, not quite. Oh, the reason it stopped is because it's compacting. So sometimes compacting hits you and you're stuck. It's life. Okay, let me sign in. Okay, let's change this to quarterly. Okay, so go ahead and for these charts, we're going to make this a toggle so they can choose between annual and quarterly data points. I did a little bit on this. Do you see in our landing chart prototype here? Do you see the minimalistic one that we're using for the landing page? Is there a way that we could achieve this? Probably not with recharts. You're gonna have to be honest with me here. I will send you an image of what it currently looks like. Could we actually achieve this effect with recharts? We might have to use something else. Maybe make our own. I feel like what chart library you're using. Actually got kind of close, but I think the issue here is, you see, it nails this, I think. But when the typing happens, then it does more jerkiness. What about this part? Okay, the issue is, then when the typing happens, it jerks everything up. Do you have any idea? Could we solve it for this too? Go ahead and talk to me about how we could go about solving this issue in a more in a simple way. The idea is every time we load in something new below it, whether it's typing or the containers, it's moving everything else up. Maybe the solution here is we don't put all these in one container. I don't know if you're doing maybe some like, it's all in one div or something, and then we have like a height, and then we put something else in the div and it moves everything, all the other components up. Like what if they're all separate, as in they're positioned separately from each other? Could this be the solution? Interesting. So we're going to make sure it loads in a chart right when you come in. I'm just curious if... I guess I'll double check that we have the quarterly data, but I'm pretty sure. It's actually kind of nice to see this laid out like this. You know what's interesting now that I think about it? When I go on Ticker, so I go on the site, I use this site actually pretty frequently. And let's say we go to a company. Like we'll do the same company here, just so I can show what I mean. So we go to AMD, right? I go to their income statement. What's interesting is that we're showing a lot more than what you see on Ticker. Like we've extracted a lot more data. Where we actually put it in. This is really interesting, actually. Because you can see like Ticker has the operating income and everything else, but it doesn't actually segment it out like we are. We use this open source library. And actually for me, this would be kind of nice to be able to see that in this format. But right now I'm wondering, why is it not segmented out like what we did? Because wouldn't people want to know in more detail? Like when you want to know that we even have China, you know, it's extracting from the SEC filing. We have the, I suppose this is the revenue from China, including Hong Kong. Huh. probably going to validate some of this stuff. So this is the assets it has in each country, I suppose. Wow, it's really laid out here. A lot of stuff. But you compare to Ticker, it's always got like kind of, I suppose if someone's building, we could have an advanced and simple form that accumulates it like Ticker does. But if you want to see more detail, I'll talk with AI about this. So take a look at this image. I'm a little confused. Like, so let's say use Ticker. And you look at the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement. We've collected a lot more data with Edgar Tools. So it has all the information in much more detail. There has to be some reason why Ticker decided not to show all this extra information. They decided to maybe accumulate some sections. So maybe did they figure that the user doesn't really care about some of these things? Because they don't even offer an option to display it in more detail like that we have. So maybe they figured for their user base it's not super interesting to show this, and I'm curious why. Very curious. No, actually the image I showed was ours. They don't break it down into the revenue. They don't have the revenue breakdown. And a lot of the extra things I'm showing. So go ahead and look at our data so that way you can answer this question correctly. So go ahead and look in Firebase for our data structure that we have for the SEC data. And then compare it to the second image that I sent you. Like, I'll send you more information here about what they're displaying. I suppose my guess is that they curated what they curated because they figured those were the most important things, and they didn't want to bog down what they're showing the user. That's my guess, though. Double check me on this. All right, so right when you load in, it should bring up a chart with the most important number. So when you click into the balance sheet, income statement, cash flow statement, it should show the top line item chart already loaded in. The top line item chart, we don't do that part yet. It's gonna make a new file for that. Actually did a really good job on this SEC stuff. It's pretty smooth. I see this is a bug fix that I'm gonna check first if it fixed. That's for this performance section. I'm gonna see what it did though. I don't really. Oh, I see. It's one of these kind of weird New Year bugs where it's basing it off of January 1st. Okay. Gotcha. That might work. January 2nd. I think I'll just wait till Monday. See if it updates, because it doesn't really matter too much. We know it's working because we've seen it. I'm gonna read it though, just out of curiosity. December 5th, 25th, what? Yeah, that's weird. I remove. Yes, do it. Do it. Okay. That was my attempt at the Sith Lord. So this bug, we can always discard if it doesn't do what we want. Nice, good. some reason, every time I load quarterly, it only loads in 2 points. But I believe we have more than 2 points quarterly, so let's try to investigate. I'll send you a screenshot. What? That's so weird. I just took that screenshot, and it shows the right time and everything, but it's like of a totally other website ticker. Somehow, don't know how that would even happen. Oh, fantastic. Almost. Fantastic. You got the loading in smooth and everything. It doesn't move everything up, but we actually do want things to move up just smoothly, right? So you should make this a very smooth, kind of looks like the container's making it move up, but we're actually animating it. And you should do that for every time some new thing comes in. Nice. That looks good. Not quite. How does this generally work? It's like it comes in, but it goes up with it, right? So right now it goes up, but the new container doesn't go up with it, is sort of the problem. Can you, let's ideate a little bit. How do we make it look, how does it normally work? It's like a new container comes in, they both go up, right? That's generally if it was in one container. Is that how that works? Nah. Okay, what has happened to my Discord bot? I look. It's cool, that might work. Hey guys, how much money have you spent so far? Probably around 230. Are you doing RSS integration for the customizable newsfeed? Not yet, but that's actually a really good idea. I like it. Let's add it to our notes. I kind of like that though. That would be kind of a nice thing. That's not here. Where did I put the notes? Oh, here they are. I tried Cursor with Gemini 3 Flash model. I haven't tried it. I don't really use Cursor too much. Oh, nice. That's actually pretty good. Okay, did get it right. I think the spacing a little strange, but roughly correct. Yeah, that makes sense, Vikram. It's a good idea. So it's actually looking good. The only thing is the spacing here. So you just got to make sure the components are closer together. Sorry. Let's see here. Ah, dang it. Somehow we only extracted 2/4. Oh well, at least we didn't do the full 500, I mean the full 25,000 document thing. So it's good that we tested and made sure, because it's an error with our script. And the only thing is it should start in the center. Two things. You see how the Apple versus S&P chart, the container's too far down. And then also, when we get to this page, the research and all that stuff, it should be in the center of the page, and then it goes up from there. You guys see how it's not jerky? That's kind of nice. What's happening there? Do you guys see it? It's rendering up here and then coming over here? We'll fix that. Cool. Almost. Oh, it was still editing code. That's why. Actually, almost just the analyzing correlation and then that chart there is just a bit too far down. Do you see? Okay, I'm gonna commit. It's pretty good. It's almost there, so I don't want to. Oh, already made the change. It's alright. It's probably a minor thing. Fantastic. Amazing job. Okay, just a few things. The chart comes in a little too fast. And we can fix this little bug with the weird teleport thing. Yeah, so there's a bug here with the UI where it teleports from, do you see, before you continue, do you see what I'm talking about? Teleports this, what are the forward returns of Apple, blah, blah, blah. Oh no. I'm gonna check this on Chrome again though. Yeah, this text is here on Chrome, so I think it's just a cache thing. Voice coding, yeah. Hey guys, sorry. Oh, you guys are on the other screen. Sorry guys, take a look. Look at this. This is what it is now. So something happened here. So you can see it's much smoother, this part. It's so lazy to do. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, doing this by hand, I guarantee you guys, it's gonna take just as long, if not longer. Actually, definitely longer. Maybe for some super programmer, they'll be able to do this quickly. But for me, this is, yeah, this will take a long ass time. Every bug that we encounter would be 5x longer because I would have to actually fully understand. I have to go add all the logs, and then sometimes you have to rewrite the whole freaking thing because you did it wrong. Whereas when we do it wrong with AI, I can just tell it to rewrite the whole thing and it's okay. You know what I mean? I don't like the scroll jacking. Fair enough, Vikram. On readers, gotcha. Oh, you guys agree? Fair enough. We'll maybe analyze a little bit the pros and cons here. So let's talk a little bit. Well, first let's fix this. I'm going to commit first though. I'm going to check this actually too. Oh, I logged out. All right, this is our diagnosis. The quarterly data in cloud storage only has 2 periods. Yeah, we might have to go ahead and update some things. So go ahead and look at this project where we're bringing in the SEC data. Go ahead and diagnose where it is. Don't fix it yet though. Make no code changes, please. Sometimes it ignores that anyway, so I'm just going to commit in this project. Oh yeah, that's right. So imagine it's like you said, we just have some logic in here. We didn't actually grab more quarters than 2. We should grab all the quarters for that like 3-year period we're doing. Hey, morning, Anarchy. Wait, are you serious? Let me check. Hey, Vikram. Where? I don't see anything. It just has the file name. It doesn't have any. In the GitHub commit? Oh shit, bro. Did I actually commit that? Wow. Oh no, dude, this is the public key, not the private key. So whenever you send out to Firebase, you have your public key that's exposed on the front end, and then you have your private key behind. You scared me, bro. I was like, damn, did I really both show it and commit it? So just so you know, that's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Sometimes when I see that too, I'm like, oh shit. And I go, they probably shouldn't call it API key because it does kind of scare you a little bit. They call it like just public key. So like, freak the hell out. Cool. Looks pretty good, I would say. You've been working on a fairly basic React state issue. Yeah, Matrix. I know how it feels, dude. We definitely had some issues we spent at least 3 to 4 hours on, I would say. Like UI things. Some other issues we spent longer, I would say. That's for sure. But with that said, there's plenty of UI problems that we're probably going to face as we continue, especially if we keep doing these kinds of things. I guess I wanted to take into account your guys' feedback. You guys said you don't really like the scroll hacking, 2 of you. So I'm just a little bit curious maybe on the general. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make a little poll for you guys, but I'm also going to talk to AI a little bit about, because there's some other approaches we could do for showing this. So if this is not a very popular thing, so I'm adding this poll. Yeah. Hold on, I'm almost done. They're generally bad. It's a little biased poll, I think. Make it a little less biased. Good. Okay. I think this is a reasonably neutral poll. Okay, and then I'm gonna fix. So we're gonna talk a little bit about these scroll-based websites. What's the general opinion of them? Like, I understand there are some downsides. So let's talk about the pros and cons of what we've done here. Okay, I'm not gonna say why I like it. I'm just gonna see what are the opinions of the world, and then I will decide. Oh, Vikram, is that not the same? What's the difference? I guess scroll hacking is when we stop them from scrolling. Scroll-based animations, right? So what we're doing is scroll hacking, right? They can't actually scroll. I'm just gonna make sure that. So is what we're doing considered scroll hacking here? By the time you see this, we'll have answered it through the AI, I suppose. But I use it because I like the single file site. Gotcha. Okay, Vikram, we can cancel the AI response there. So the cons: scroll hijacking frustration. Sure. Users expect the scroll move down the page when scroll trigger animation. Screen readers, sure. I think that's what you guys said, right? For readers. Performance. So I think we're good on performance, maybe, but we do have to try it on some worse devices for sure. On mobile, we haven't even considered what this is going to look like, but we were thinking a scroll would make sense yesterday. Well, I guess we have considered it then, but we haven't really considered it. Impatience. Sure. Okay, here's the reason I think it's good. In our specific case, the reason is because it's like a wait list, right, currently? And it'll be for probably a while, maybe a few weeks, or maybe even a month, I'm not sure yet. The idea is like, because you can't jump into it immediately, you watch a little show. And you're like, it seems cool. I want to sign up for the waitlist. There's lots of smooth animations. The alternative, though, is that we just play the animation. So let's talk about the alternative, which is just playing the animation without the scroll. The reason I was thinking the scroll is because I wanted to be interactive at various points. They could stop, click around, and see some stuff. That's why I was thinking if we just play an animation, they can't really do that. And you get to control with an animation. People might want to pause here and look at stuff. And just really read this and then go. And they'll probably, okay, cool. It's passive, yeah. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying here. True, accessibility-wise, I'm with you. Accessibility-wise, I have no idea what you'd even do. Yeah. And US-based websites require all websites to be accessible? I don't think it's by law, right? That would mean all scroll-based websites are illegal or something. Is there any way to make it, well, just list out all the accessibility problems, I suppose, with the website. And we'll see which ones we can fix with the scroll-based thing. I prefer certain scroll-based one-time section. Oh, Matrix, that's actually a pretty good idea. That's kind of like it's like an in-between, right? Right now you have to go through, but what if it's just scroll, boom, plays the animation, the first step, scroll again, boom, second. That's probably the right way to do this. That way it pauses. This probably needs to be moved over a little bit, but pauses, then you can do the interacting or whatever. I think that actually fixes the problem of this being a little bit weird. Like if it's just scroll, play, then it stops, scroll, play. Yeah, that's. I think we're gonna do that. Thanks, thanks Matrix. That was a good idea. I'm pretty sure that will work. It's a nice middle ground. All right, so I'm thinking instead what we might do, instead of the whole thing being like you have to keep scrolling, it's just kind of like you scroll once, plays the first animation, and the first animation is just to be until that first frame where you can see both the dot and the chart and the text, something happened here, and then it stops. And they can either scroll backwards, it plays the animation backwards, back to the beginning, or they scroll forwards and it plays the next animation to play out until the research. This gets, and then likewise with the third, this gets everything that we want because we'll allow the user to be able to interact with it, but at the same time, they don't have to actually do some scrolling thing. Realistically, no one will stop in the middle of the animation, so why not just do it for them? It makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that's way better. Like no one is gonna stop right here. Like why would they stop? Then we're just making them go like this. So no one's gonna be like, cool. Sorry if I kind of missed some of your guys' messages by talking. I've used Intersect Observer to load data lazily. Not too much, we don't do too much optimization, I would say, at this stage, but I would say definitely later in the website we spent a little bit of time with the loading, trying to get that to work reasonably well. It's by law that all websites are supposed to be accessible, and it's one of the biggest issues in big companies. Oh, okay, well, interesting. I'm going to do a little research on that. Okay, so I've heard from some sources that there are some legal requirements as far as accessibility goes on a website. Like so first of all, I want you to list out what are these requirements legally. What do we need to do to try to bridge the gap? Let's talk about it. It's actually the first time I've worked on a lot of things. It's the first time I've heard that it's like a legal thing. I thought it was always just like, it's good to add, you should add this, so people can use your thing. Courts have interpreted this to include websites. There's probably some particular thing where it's like, technically they could, but it doesn't realistically happen. But anyways, we will try to fix it for our website, because that is a nice thing. Section. Interesting. Well, definitely the seizure thing, right? That's a liability thing if you are doing a bunch of bright colors and so can you explain yeah, actually, you know what, make a little doc here. We're gonna save this here. We're gonna save the implementation of how we're gonna do it. can you go through the major components of this for our site? Kind of do like an audit, right? You're going to go through all the pages, figure out what we could add. We want to keep these changes scoped because we don't want to break anything. But so you're going to like probably make new files and do some integrations, but nothing too crazy. And so go ahead and create a plan for the major components to try to make it a little more usable. And we'll save that document, and we'll probably check back later for that. Hey, thanks, Sadel. So the ADA has area labels for blind people that you have to look at after. Yes. You don't scroll jack. Well, I guess what we're about to change it to, I think it will probably fix that problem. Because now it's more like scroll. Well, we'll see. But scroll and then it plays animation. Boom, stop. Then they should be able to mess with their keyboard, right? To get the right thing. But I don't know. I'm just guessing. We will explore it later. Yes. That'd be kind of cool if, like, somehow we could detect the user's feelings. We could detect, like, who they are a little bit and be like, okay, we're going to show you this version of the website because we know you don't like this kind of thing. I know that's not going to ever going to happen, but like maybe we know somehow someone doesn't like animations for whatever reason. We can just show them a default little thing. Impossible. Oh. My eyes. All right, and we were exploring. Okay, yeah, go ahead. A few other things too. I kind of forgot about. I was wondering about that ticker thing. Where did I put that window though? Oh, it's here. No. Where has it gone? Here it is. I swear to God, I'm being rate limited by Suno, because this has been an issue for many days now, where it won't play. Autoplay. I have to go play it again. Like it just stops. You probably think I'm a radio or something. Cool. Sounds good. We will we will definitely fix some of that. But let's go back to the trigger-based scrolling thing. Do you remember what I was talking about before? where it's like you scroll a little bit, goes to the next step. It's like step based, right? Plays the animation, stops, lets you play around with the elements, then scroll next step, or go backwards. Right now it's missing some text on Safari for some reason. Don't really understand what that's about. But it should say this part here, which maybe, let me check if you guys can see it on, I'll switch monitors. Put it over here. Oh yeah, okay, good. You can probably just use the preferred reduced from motion tag. Gotcha. That's a good good idea. Vikram, I didn't know about that. Yeah. Let's go ahead, but the one thing we need to figure out is how do we actually communicate to the user that this is how it works? Is you have the scroll idea, sure, but how do they even know, oh, should I scroll again? Do we need some kind of like indicator somewhere about what step they're on, something like this? What would the quarterly net income? Oh, right, gotcha. Wait, why is it down and this is... Oh, got it, because it only stored 2 points. That's right. We're fixing that right now. We're fixing the script and going to run it, so we get all the quarters. I'm working over here at the moment. You need to evaluate this because this would be a substantial change, since a lot of effort was put into that. If these mapper outputs won't actually work for rendering what we want in D3. Maybe some dots on the right side. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think that's probably something like this. Some sort of dots right over here, maybe. I noticed it's still teleporting there. Fix that. That's exactly what you said, D-Hack. Are you the AI? Progress line. It's kind of cool. That's actually kind of slick. Can you imagine like a little line, white line? Yes. Oh yeah, that's right. You keep fading in that scroll every time it completes, then you fade in the scroll. I'm working over here right now. We're doing one company to test. We're going to bring in all of the quarterly data. And then we're going to, for one company, and then we're going to start running. It's going to take like 3 hours. So by the end of the stream, we will have more data. Control this with a key on React components will help you scroll smoothly. Okay, interesting. I'm just right now thinking about what the design is. It going to be like a line or some sort of dots? Oh, I came up with an idea. Okay. So I wanted somehow the dot to like. Oh wait. Notice that the dot is no longer zooming back in. Anyways, maybe as we zoom here, the dot like follows the line, and then the line fades out, but it like keeps going, and then it gets to somewhere here. So will that look good though? Okay, so the dot follows as you're scrolling. It's going up and then it fades out and then it comes out. It's orange though. What would it be? Let me see your name. Dyoburon. I'm gonna see if it teleports on Chrome, because I didn't remember seeing that in Chrome. Oh yeah, it actually only teleports in Safari. I think Safari, let's clear the cache because it's doing weird stuff. I do shift refresh, but it doesn't refresh, not refresh in cache. I usually use Chrome for all my dev stuff, so this is why I'm. Option Command E. Let's do it. One moment. How long have you been a programmer? For about 4.5 years. Or no, sorry, professionally 4.5 years, but since high school. Oh, I just realized I was on the there we go. Let me end the poll here. What did you use to build this? I used Cloud Code, and unless you're talking about the tech stack, in which case I will put that here for you. Yep, Vikram, you are correct. Yeah, if he's talking about the animations, I suppose. Probably is. Okay. Now we'll start up the music again. One moment. Weird. I think it actually is, it appears to be an actual Safari issue, not just a cache thing. So that's fun. All right, so with Safari, so it works on Chrome, but Safari, it's this text is not here. Yeah, we could do that. I will leave it for now, though. So let's say we do this hybrid thing. Where would the minimal dots be? I kind of like the line idea, like it's like one white line. Nah, probably right, I think. Nah, I think it has to be over here or something. Actually, I'm not even gonna add it yet because I'm not even sure we want it. It's just gonna be like, it'll say scroll every time it pauses, and that's it, I think. Never mind, we're not gonna do that. What we're gonna do, so go ahead and implement this without the dots and everything, but go ahead and implement it so when I scroll, it goes to the next step. We're gonna have to probably tune when it pauses though, I imagine. Before you continue, do you know how many steps we have? Let's make sure. Yeah, for sure, Tan. Certain text doesn't render on Safari. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, thanks, Vikram. Where'd you use FFmpeg? We used it for some of our other projects. We have this lazy AI project, which is like you can create shorts. And actually, I think that's the only project. I used it for, oh right, I used it for some other like small things like the Discord bot with creating the welcome images. But yeah, I don't have a demo running. I could start it up, but I think we did it on day 5 or day 6 if you want to click or clone the repo, I guess, if you're interested in that and what we did. Not sure what you would be, but if you are. Unless you're interested in generating shorts. Yes, you got it. How are you going to know when to pause? Do you have it saved when all the elements are loaded in for each phase? Dude, why does it keep I guess I'm just curious, why do you think Ticker doesn't allow you to see the advanced statistics? Like, it seems like let's say they are doing this aggregation, right? Where they do accumulate it and they believe that's the highest value thing. Why would they not offer the option for people to see it more in depth though, if they have the data of before the accumulation? Right now we're trying to figure out on our, when we're collecting the data for companies, it's a lot more detailed than other websites. Like the balance sheets, like we have, like it's broken down by country and all these income statements, all way more information. And so it's confusing to me why they wouldn't show some things. Interesting. Why do you think the data vendor doesn't show the information broken down, though? We guess we don't know that. Might. Oh, we'll keep it. I like it personally, so I keep it. Nice. This part, I think we have to reposition a little bit. It's okay. One moment, guys. What are we building? Actually, let me put this in the chat. Pretty good for a first iteration, actually. Let me check on Chrome, though. I mean, there's a few things, right? It's a little too fast. Distance to render in. So a few changes. Number one, these are a bit too fast. Slow it down probably by 50%, I would say. On the first phase, the chart didn't, you know, the way it works is kind of like a trigger. And it's going to fade in the... Actually, the way it works... Yeah, the way it works there is it hits that trigger, right? And then it's supposed to play the animation. Well, I'm not even going to say that. But doesn't trigger fully. Doesn't display fully. Cool. Thanks, man. Slow it down another 50%, I would say. Another. I suppose with the chart prototypes we currently have, do you think you can make a chart prototype of every form that we currently have? Take a look at chart renders and put it on that demo page, because we're actually going to take a look in the same style though. Before we continue, do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, there are quite a few things we'll have to tune. It's not bad for a first iteration. I'm probably not going to spend time tuning that at the moment. What I'm going to do is probably just put this in a separate branch at the moment. Oh, thanks, Featurey. Getting there, I would say. Yeah, I'm just going to put this in a separate branch at the moment. Okay, cool. So I was thinking like in between here and here, instead of it morphing into a line into portfolio tracking, it's going to morph into a line for the data explorer, and then it goes to the portfolio tracking. So for the landing page here, Suno has stopped once again. I'm going to switch to the Discord bot. Let's work. Oh, Quad's in there. I will stay here then, because I have not muted everyone in that channel. We're going to add a new phase. The next phase is the Data Explorer, and it's going to be heavily inspired by our current Data Explorer on this page. We kind of want to show a little bit of, like, we're going to render into a company financial data, and the lines are going to transition to those lines. And we're actually going to make the line, actually this line, the white line, that one's going to be our accent color that we set in the dropdown. And it's going to transform into the Data Explorer line. And for this, again, it's not, you don't want to duplicate it exactly. You're doing like a minimalistic version of it, monochrome. Everything else is monochrome. All the text. The only color will be the accent color of the line. So instead of it transforming into the portfolio tracking line, we're just going to take one of the lines and And it's just going to be that white line. Before we continue, do you understand what we're doing? Oh, yours, brother. Oh, hey, D-Hack, you're quad. Nice. Cool. I didn't mean to throw you out there. I just haven't made like my own little streaming channel for the when Suno's not working. Oh, it looks like it's not even working in this channel anyways. So I'll just jump out. Okay. Yes. So find the component. But actually go ahead and make a different demo page. And this should be it's not the landing chart prototypes. This is D3 prototypes minimalism charts, .tsx. But you're going to take one of the ones from the landing chart prototype. It's the one we're using in the landing that we chose to use. So there's 3 and we chose one of them. That's the one you take. And you're going to make all the others. I'm actually really interested to see what the other charts will look like with the new style. So if you guys are wondering, it's this style here, this type of chart, more minimalistic. So when you're doing the animation out, it's going to be changing the line again to the portfolio tracking one. Does that make sense? So go ahead and repeat this. Sorry, guys. Hey Wesley, how's it going? You were almost there, except actually the accent is introduced to the line starting with the research page. That's when the accent is applied to the line. And then it goes to the next, and then the next. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like the thread idea. And it should show Apple's income statement. It doesn't have to be real numbers yet. Just however, it shouldn't be a lot of numbers. Just keep it simplistic. So just should still have, we're aiming for minimalism, but just the essentials on the income statement and then the graph, that line chart. So this first iteration is not going to be very good, I have a feeling. There's a lot of moving parts. Actually, you know what? Historically, what we do is this, so for harder things. So go ahead and create an implementation doc for this and put it here. So when we run this, I just want to make sure when we run this script, right, I guess we have to make a new one, right? Because if we run the existing one, is there any way we can modify the existing one so it's just going to fetch what we don't have and not what we do? So we can detect, hey, we don't have all the quarterly data. And that way we can, in the future, if we're missing any data, we can fix it. You might need to make a new file for that, though. It's kind of like a check validation step. Hey, do we have all the data? And we can optionally turn that on or off. So we would turn it on in the scheduler when we're not sure. Or actually, that would be turned on. I'm not going to say too much there because I don't want it to modify that. With a flag. Nice, so I create a little page. I'm gonna take a look at it. Interesting. Hey, it's not too bad, actually. The only thing scatter plot should just be a hollow dot, but I mean a filled dot. Probably remove the grid lines. So it should have probably a little more data. I mean, it's definitely very distinctive. So I'm going to see what that looks like if we open the page. Our current charts are really bad because we haven't changed these. So it's going to look way better in comparison, but actually we can do it this way. Whatever. Hold on, I'm going to do it this way. Bro. it's a little, the quality got messed up, but actually, I don't know if I like that actually. I think I would fill it, yeah. And then obviously put like the headline and all this stuff. Granted, it might just be the quality, you know, when you make it big. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes what particular thing doesn't make it look good. But we can always play with it later. Yeah, landing. Oh no, you guys are still on the wrong page. So as I press the button. So these are the charts, if anyone's watching, the new charts that we're considering. And I tried to take it like this. I used Shutter. I grabbed it like this. I pinned it. And I went to the page. And I placed it. See what it looks like. And it's kind of hard to resize. There we go. And I'm not sure if I like it. So we might fill it when we do that. Like fill the bars. To make that change, I'm not sure. But one thing, it definitely has a unique look to it, so it'd be pretty identifiable. And who knows? Yeah, I mean, and we could put a little watermark, I suppose. I think you would change the colors a little bit here, but other than that, it looks pretty good, I would say. Cool. I'll be right back, guys. Eat some food. I'm back. See, the music stops once again. Cool. Animation. Let's see what we did. I read it. I think I put it in the front end because it likes to do that. Yeah. A key component of this design, though, I wanted to show the folder structure. So you should show the sidebar with the folders. Have the search above it too. Again, minimalism, but go ahead and modify the implementation plan. I really love how it does this like visual thing, because actually this might be the way to do it. We just do it here before we get into the code, because definitely would have implemented it like that. So I think it's a little faster. So these D3 charts here, are they ready to be hooked up with data? Like if I actually give you some of the data from the mapper, could you actually make all of these work? I guess let's maybe run a little test if we can. Let's try to design how we would do a little test. Don't do it quite yet though. Playwright, yeah. Right now what I'm testing is the whether we actually could hook it up the way we want with the current data form. But yeah, worth looking at here. I think we probably won't do too much at the moment as far as UI testing, because we're always changing right now. I think it's reasonably good, but also put in the fact that there's like government data and everything there. This should be very interactable, so it should be very similar to the Data Explorer page. Like the user can actually open folders and open collections. Actually, you know what? We're gonna actually display the data that's there currently. Should we though? Some data. We will display some folders. So we will display like World Bank, at like one country, and then US, and then maybe like Japan, and then we'll display like one company, maybe two, like Apple and Microsoft, and in the same folder structure that we have currently. So you're going to need to do a little audit, and they'll be able to open it in the same way. Yeah, we're probably not going to do a UI test at the moment. Hey, Suki, how's it going? UI testing. Hey, Babao, how's it going? Not sure. Probably some 2 days. I'm gonna go 2 days. But with that said, I'm not really totally committing to anything. It's done when I feel like it's done. Yeah. But it's getting there. Done as far as like I want people to use it. But I would guesstimate another few days before I get the bugs working. And I might want to change to these charts. I'm pretty good. Hey, Freebird, I'll show you what's going on here. Like an investor platform thing. You track your portfolio, do your research, generate charts, and generate charts like this. And right now we're working on the landing page to show the product. But we are fixing bugs. Thanks, Tom. We're getting there, slowly but surely. I'm okay spending the time. I don't mind it. But definitely UI stuff takes a while. It's just the nature of these things. Okay, I'm gonna commit these two after I review it. Let me think. I guess you can watch the streams. I'm not really sure. I think it helps to have some knowledge of what's working or how it works. I guess. Here's the general process. It's like, is it not working? Try again. Eventually, add logs. So you tell it, hey, add logs. Go in the inspect element. You find the logs. And then at some point, if everything's just a disaster, you can't find any way to make it work, you just discard it and rethink how you're doing it. I think definitely some patience is needed with it, though. I think as the whole process, it cannot do everything in one go. Unless you just kind of want a basic sort of landing page, then it can do that pretty easily. For some reason, my computer's lagging a little bit. What is going on? Okay, it stopped. Hey, Uberman, how's it going? Does Cloud Code have code review feature? That'd be cool. Not that I know of, Tan. Do you like building this? Oh yeah, I do actually like it. What are the components I don't like? Actually, let me think. I actually like all of it. Yeah, I actually really like it. The only thing is I remember the chart stuff took a long time, but that was fun too. So I'm always kind of excited to work on it. Okay. I'm gonna read it one more time. I think we're good. Yeah, why is NeoVim lagging? What the heck? So laggy. What the actual heck? Watch other streams about doing also vibe coding. Yeah, it's definitely a learning. I feel like a lot of times sometimes my prompts I feel like are bad too, so I wouldn't worry. Like I'm like trying to get it to at the certain thing. If I do UI, select this element cursor prompt. Yes, Gemini is good at design, I would say. Okay, I think I'm gonna send it now. Go ahead. I think we'll compare, I guess, the first iteration of this versus the not planning it out. Some of the past ones. So this new step is going to be in between this one and this one, so we'll see. That's cool. Okay, so is it all, did you already run it so it's has Microsoft, the 12 quarters? Hey, thanks, Draco. We're gonna make it, so it's step-based, so it's gonna be like this, you scroll once and then it plays it, and then it stops here, roughly. And then scroll, and then to play it, that's what we'll do next, but, or I'll do it later. Right now I just want to get everything set up. Thanks. What do you guys think of these charts? Is it a little too much? So that we would change all the charts to these. This would be our table. I like the table. I'd like it. I think maybe it's a little... I think it's definitely better than our current one, because our current one's a little overwhelming, I think, for people. Oh, you guys can't see it. Here it is. These charts. Do manual work. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, you're saying, yeah, gotcha. Wait, you're actually earning from what you made? That's actually really impressive. That's... okay, cool. So it says it just ran the test. Yeah, go ahead and run it so it actually stores it now. For Microsoft specifically. Hey, that's not bad. Just needs quite a lot of improvement, but I think it's still good. Until now, I used projects I worked on. Gotcha. Wait, 2,000 a month? Holy shit! Is that real? I think you're exaggerating, right? So it's you made it way too, like, it should have no containers like you've done. It should be white. Remember, it's monochrome, so white and gray. So drastically simplify it. And also, you didn't make it so the line transforms into the new line, and that line transforms into the next line. I wonder if it helps sometimes if I just keep sending images so it knows what I'm saying. What? Why would it have changed it to this text? That's very bizarre. Oh, cool. I'm seeing the vision of what it's going to do, but not quite. The problem is it doesn't really have the dimensions. I'm noticing a recurring problem we have that we could potentially try to solve. Like as we're designing, what's the main issue, right? Doesn't really understand spatially where things should be. It kind of does. But if I could make like a little rectangle, get the dimensions, paste in cloud, rectangle, get dimensions of the page, I mean, paste in cloud, where things will be, right? We could make that tool. Could work on all pages. Okay, I'm gonna think about that for a little bit. It's one of our first maybe tools that we start making for people to help them. All right, so one thing I'm wondering is like, let's say we wanted to make a little tool where we could very quickly drag, like create a box. It's kind of like Shotter, where you create a box and it takes a screenshot, except it's actually getting the dimensions of the specific web page in that region. And then once you've created that, it copies to your clipboard the dimensions of the rectangle you created. And then you can paste it somewhere. It's kind of a simple little tool. Could we actually build this in Hammerspoon or something? I don't know. Hammerspoon probably doesn't have like the UI you could do for that, but could we make a simple little script? What would be the easiest way to build it? The idea behind this is that it has a little bit of trouble with the positioning of stuff. You are required to perform all. Interesting. Makes sense, Babao. Oh, Hammerspoon can do this, but the problem is it has to be the dimensions of the actual browser page, not the dimensions of, like, you know what I mean? It's the dimensions of the website, not the dimensions of, your computer, because it needs to be used. The idea is that it's going to be used for development purposes of a website. So there's a few things. I'm going to start with the first important thing. So right now, actually, one thing I want to check. So it didn't make interactable. Can you please use the very, very similar styles and very similar setup to how our data page works, Data Explorer page? Right now you don't have any functionality, as well as the looks are not quite right. Before I continue, do you understand? Please, it actually should be more minimalistic, make it bigger, make the line items, revenue, those are too big for some reason. And go ahead and make those more detailed. Also make those styled a little bit more like Data Explorer, keep it minimalistic. Yeah, viewport. Okay, you just go Chrome DevTools, but I want the drag to measure thing. Okay, page ruler, redux, drag on the page, get pixel dimensions. So we might have this. Tell me more about this. Okay, before we continue, do you understand what I'm asking though? Nice, good. Strange that I messed up this. I reload out of curiosity. Oh, interesting. Sort of. Yeah, me too. Go for the back and cursor front. Yeah, exactly. It's going to tell you the actual box, like the rectangle. Like it's going to give you a list of where each side of the rectangle is. I mean, it's just going to give you the dimensions it's for the developer when they're working on the page, and then it copies it immediately to clipboard. Is there anything like that? Because the alternative is I just send it images, but it would be much more effective with the dimensions. That is for sure. Maybe the image plus dimensions. Wait, that would actually be the best. Image plus the dimensions, maybe. All right. Or the coordinates, rather. So do you see the problem here? This is the same for each of them. They're not really positioned correctly. The transform works though. Okay, let's take a look at some of these. making you guys watch ads with me. Just show me the thing. Does it copy to clipboard though? All right. Do any of these actually copy to clipboard? Because I looked, it doesn't appear to. None of them do, I think. I think they just show you the dimensions, but this is not what we want. Oh, thanks, man. Realistically, let's just build it. So put it in my projects. But first, before you begin, go ahead and explain how you're going to make it. And then I will open source it, and then we will use it because it's going to be useful. Like the other thing works, it's just like you got to actually type it. But if you just want to do it quickly, right? You're like, hey, here, rectangle, 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 paste, 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 paste. That's what I want. I don't want to have to like. Do you understand what we're doing though? This is generic to all web pages, right? And it just gets the viewport dimensions and it's like a rectangle. Do you understand what we're doing? Oh, about you want to be a staff member? Well, funny you should ask. We actually do need people. So I am interested in this. The Discord server is not active yet, but I kind of talked with AI a little bit and it made some good points. It's like Discord's really only become, unless it's like a group of friends or something, it's only becoming active like once you hit probably about 1,000, like reasonably active, because only 1% of people talk on any, apparently that's the, like an interaction statistics. So I'm looking at the future. I'm like, it's eventually going to be cool. That server. It's just going to need a little time to build up people. Anyways, yeah, but that's what I'm interested in. If you want to be a mod. I mean, I built this vibe mod thing, so someone has to use it. Otherwise, what's the point? The vibe mod bot, it gives you commands for like how you moderate the server. Dude, actually, do you want to be can you be a admin on the, can you be an admin on the YouTube chat as well? Just, if you see any haters, just like, they can be a little. A little hate is okay. It's fine. But if they're like consistently, if they say something that's just like stupid, just just ban them. Yeah, if you're interested in that as well, that would be really dope, actually. It's not like any commitment though. Just if you're here, just ban them, because otherwise I have to go and ban them. Okay. Do you understand though? I want it always running. Like it's running on startup of my computer. This copy to clipboard thing, I never have to think about it again. Like Hammerspoon, right? Hammerspoon's always running. Can we set this up in a similar way? Copy dimensions. If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm building another little workflow thing. So tomorrow, here's what I'm gonna do. If any of you guys want to join tomorrow, I'm gonna do this every Sunday. We're just gonna work on a bunch of cool things. Like I have some ideas on like kind of improve the workflow a bit. And maybe we'll work on some design tools. And then we'll work on that game potentially a little bit. And then see what we can do. But that's what I'm thinking. Like Sundays will be those days for... And I think at Google, they give you some percent of time or something for working on projects like your own. So that's what we're doing. We got percent of time that we're working on like other things that could help us and others. And also fun things. Hey, Val, can I give you a... Do you want the YouTube admin status? It is yours if you would like it. Or moderator status. You get a little blue... I get a little blue thing on your username. Not that you care about that, but just so you know. Okay. So, Data Explorer. Instead of doing this, it would have the dimensions. Okay. So, do you see the problem? Interesting. It's actually kind of a cool idea. I like it, actually. Let's go ahead and do it. The hotkey we'll use is... Oh, it's just the normal... Actually, yeah, you're right. The hotkey is... I'll do this. So when I do that, I'm creating a rectangle, and you're going to save all those dimensions in my clipboard. Hey, Bravo, how's it going? Oh, sure, Babao, that sounds pretty good. I'll talk to you after the stream if you're on. What's your Discord, Babao? Your Discord name? Oh, you guys can't see this. That is a problem. I will put that here for you. So we're building this little thing, Bravo. It's going to be like, goes here, stops. You scroll a little bit and it comes here, and then you scroll again and it comes here. But we're working on the next step, which is the lines for getting it to the data explorer in the right place, and then it goes to the portfolio tracking. This is our next step. It is almost there. And we will make it so that they are real numbers here. For now, we are just testing. Okay, so the line you see, it should go from, it should be aligned with the 1 year at the beginning, and then it should be a little further down, just a little bit, a tad, and then it should go farther. Yes. It's a little weird. This line should probably just stay and fade out. I'll fix that last one. See, it doesn't, this is exactly why this tool will be useful, because it doesn't understand a lot of things about that. But if we can tell it the dimensions. Interesting. That was fast. Okay, let's try it. So, where can I see logs? Because nothing happened, so I need to investigate. I think I gotta click this little hammer. This is really cool, guys. Like, if you want to build a script for your workspace, Hammer Spoon's really cool. I don't see where the logs are with Hammer Spoon. Discord name is Paul. Cool. Yes. You redirected from landing page to the dashboard page. Oh, yeah, so this is, wait, what's the question? Yeah, this is just like, actually you're the second person who asked this, so maybe it's not clear. This is supposed to be just showing the product. Like, there's a join the waitlist here, and you can go to the research work, like, it's like showing you all the elements of the product, and then you can join the waitlist here. So this is just the landing page. There's no functionality here. But because, Bravo, you asked that, I think, and there's been 2 people that asked it. Maybe it's not clear what this is to people. Hey, this is Cloud Code. Oh, yeah, I'll make it. Oh, that's great. 1 second. Okay. console. Oh, actually, since it's right there, you can just go ahead and look. I ran the command, so the logs should be there, and you can see what happened. Hey, Dexu, I'll show you what we're working on here. Looks like some people joining, so I'll show you guys. Right now we're working on this landing page, which is kind of just going to be a lot of animations about showing what the product is. But I will show you the product. Let me do it on Safari. So we have, we're logged in. So it's a newsletter. Every day you're going to get charts that you potentially would be interested in. Right now we're changing the colors for dark mode, so these are really bad. But the idea is it's like charts like this. What are the forward returns of Apple when it drops 2.5%? So like it's whatever based on what happened today. So it could be a lot of different things. So that's number one. It's like a newsletter. You get some news, you get things that you care about. You have your portfolio tracker. We know what type of investor you are because you fill it out here. So you're interested in these types of things, interested in these themes and catalysts. And then we got our AI part where you can chat with it for research purposes, generate charts as well. So everything that you generate, everything that's shown, you can generate as well for yourself. And if you have any questions, you can always come into this page. And we also have a data explorer, which has all our data sources and things. So we're kind of doing this folder structure thing, and you can save what collections you care about here, and it'll update. But a lot of times, you might have to search for this data elsewhere, but you have it all in your folders. And you got tons of macroeconomic data on many countries, and we're going to add more and more as time goes on. And yeah, those are the 4 components. So we're trying to capture that in our landing page, which we're working on now. But we added this new phase 3, which is the data explorer, and we have to make it look nice. Okay, so there's a number of things. Oh, we're also working on this little script that's going to help us in the future. So one thing we noticed while we were working on this is that when we're designing, you are definitely not going to have that. Sure. When we're designing, we want the dimensions rather than just, we use an image. But the problem is when you send an image to the LLM, it doesn't really know the exact dimensions. It tries to guess, but if we can show it, we do our rectangle, copies to clipboard, boom, I want it right at the side of the rectangle, then it will have the information it needs to move the stuff correctly. And so I'm thinking that could help us in the future. So we're making this little script that will work for all websites. Thanks, man. Yeah, absolutely. Seen that as main dashboard. That's why it's looking like I got it. Oh, okay, bravo. Let's see. I got it, but you should have maintained that starting animation. Should have maintained. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. That's actually what I thought too. Like it should have been maybe somehow this is connected with this, and that's what I was trying to figure out earlier. I think you're right. We will eventually do that. Somehow this has to connect to this, like in a more interesting way rather than just a fade out. But for now, I think we will leave it. Let me do one thing. Yes. I will keep doing the image while we work on the script. The image strategy. So first, put this line to the left. You see the problem here. It should align with the 1 year label. On left aligned with it. And then we will fix this as well. Nice. Closer. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the help. Cool. Yeah, it's not so easy. It takes a little bit of work, for sure. So this gray line here, when the other line starts to move, that one shouldn't follow it. It should just stay there and fade out with the rest of the components. And it's only the orange line that's going to move to the new place. You have any vibe coding front-end tips? Kind of go step by step, I would say. But what we're doing is we're going to build a series of tools to help. Like, one of our biggest things about designing is that it's hard with the AI to get anything that looks unique, I would say. So I think we're going to try to build a few tools. Maybe tomorrow we'll focus on that, and then we'll make it available. Kind of the experiences that we had. Number one is it has to be step by step. I feel like you can't try to do it all in one go. So it's like you start with one component design, then the next, and also have choose your fonts, because the fonts kind of influence how it chooses to design things. Also, like there are like design, we're making this like design principle documents area, so we kind of plug in which one's relevant for the particular thing that we're working on. So for example, when we change colors, there's like a color design doc where it talks about how you only change one of temperature, saturation, or luminosity, and you only change one of those, and that's how you get another color that looks good with that color. It's like the circle of fifths for colors or something. I made up that last part, so I don't know if that's true, but it's like you change one of those and you keep the others two the same, and then you'll get a color that works with the color you're looking at. So stuff like that we attach when is relevant, the file. Okay, that kind of worked, but it should just it should fade it out quicker, like match everything else. But and then it does a little jankiness at the end, which we will fix. Okay, and the problem with that is it tried to bring in that old line, which it's going to actually fade in a new line or something. I think actually what it should do, it should go in, and then the new one will do some animation or something. This line. Okay.
The better the tale, the taller the idea.
So number one. I will give it 2 images, so it knows what's going on. So right now, at the end of the animation, it snaps from image 9 to image 10 instead of smoothly transforming into it in the Data Explorer. So try to fix this. Right now in our research workspace for the landing page, this gray line doesn't fade out with the rest of the elements surrounding it. So it's supposed to fade out at the same time as Apple versus S&P title and everything else. It's not supposed to be longer. Thanks, Bravo. Feel free to be as critical as you like. Tell me what specifically. So right now it's going to be like you scroll and then it immediately goes here for the first step. Well, it's missing some text because of Safari, so that's maybe why it's confusing. But it goes here. Yeah, the idea here is it's like something happened here. This is the dot. What are the forward returns of Apple when it drops 2.5%? Then it goes to the, but you might be saying it's just not clear, right? We maybe need like a little bit of introduction as to what we're about to show them. My original idea was that this was supposed to be the introduction, but you might be saying, hey, it's not enough introduction. And I think you could be right about that. Well, the idea was this was the introduction and this was the introduction. And then our daily brief shows you what it means for your portfolio. Interesting. I think you're right. We might need a little bit more context for them so they understand. But these are the parts of the product. Not sure. We will see. Still the same issue, so it doesn't quite transform to the line and it jerks at the last second on the Data Explorer. Try to investigate why. I think you should have a hero section, means what you are and what you are giving, what outcome they get. So this answers the question, what are we giving? And I think you're right. What is the outcome they get? I guess the idea was portfolio tracking is the final step that we show them and saying, hey, this is potentially an outcome, right? Not that you're going to perform well necessarily, but these are the tools that we offer you. Put great copywriting thing, not newbie section. Copywriting thing. Not sure what the copywriting thing is. Okay, let's put this in the right place as well. Okay, also this line is not in the right place. You see the problem with the portfolio tracker line. It is committing time. I'm just clouding feature by feature. Yeah. It's just kind of how it goes. That's how we've done the designing, but thank you. I think Bravo has some good points though, as far as like how we're going to, maybe we have one final thing at the end. It's going to be like, try it out or join the waitlist. Some call to action at the end, like that's like phase 5 after the portfolio tracking stuff. So it starts to fade in a little bit before it hits the bottom. I don't know what copywriting means, Bravo. So that shouldn't fade out, I guess. That's a little weird. Probably should do the transform later, I suppose, or just be faster. I don't know. One of the two. Yeah, that's pretty weird. I think it should be, oh right, it should move, and then the stuff fades in, right? That's the idea. Yeah. I don't know about that. Yeah, it should definitely. One problem is the line is moving through everything. What it should be is like the line moves and then the rest of the stuff fades in after it gets to the destination. Bandwagon. Yeah, it is kind of fun, but yeah, I see what you're saying though. I think let's run a little test. What you're going to do is you're going to look at that mapper file and you're just going to create some tests that like run some data, the mapper directory, just run some data through it, store it on Firebase. It's going to be called like mapper test. And then you're going to try to hook up those charts to what's in Firebase. You're creating a new file for it's going to be a prototype hooked up or something. And you're going to try to just have the end-to-end flow there working. Oh, D-Hack, he's he's talking about the GitHub. He's not calling me lazy. Is that because we have a project called Lazy AI? But yeah, anyways. When was the last time you looked at the code? I always read it as it's coming. I can see the code, but I do read it as well when I commit. I go through it and make sure no hard coding, no fallback data, no silly shenanigans. But especially UI stuff, we are working to try to make it look good. All right. All right, so as you can see, the line is through what it should be is, it's the trigger is when the line gets to the end, then it fades in. Oh yeah, we're doing something in between, I would say. Something in between vibe coding and. Oh, I see what happened. It thought I was talking about the other thing, which actually. Agreed there as well. That is really bad. So we'll have to figure out. The vision did not pan out as far as I was thinking, which is that the line would come and then the other stuff shows up. Somehow that is a little strange. Not really sure why though. Wow, okay. So I'm going to do another thing while I wait to figure out what I'm going to do about that line. So right when we're loading in the research workspace, the fade in starts with the line before it's finished. But what it should be, should be finished and then it fades in at the right place, because otherwise it looks like this, where it's over it. This is the research workspace phase. Yeah, that is. You guys have any idea how we can make a better transition? Bad copywriting. Oh, bravo! You're talking about. I think it's just a language barrier thing. You're talking about You're just talking about the text, right? You're saying, hey, change the text. It's not very good. It doesn't sell it well. Gotcha. So you're saying reach your next financial milestone. Gotcha. More like here's what we do for you, as opposed to here are the tools we offer, or what you can achieve rather. Here's what you can achieve with our tools. So like this. Okay. Obviously we fixed that last thing, but I'm not really sure about this middle part. What was that? I think that's because it was changing the code on over here. So right now on the portfolio tracking page, the lines fade out, but we actually don't want the lines to fade out at all. On the portfolio tracking, the final step there. Flashbang. Yeah, it's true. That code base ain't looking so good. Oh, it's looking fine. Could be worse. As long as it's not extremely buggy page. I mean, this part probably. Okay, so this should be, as we're zooming out, it's like, oh, and it pauses the, so the statistics never come out in the last, it's stuck. So that just needs to change the timing. Still that issue there. That's okay for now. What I'm going to do is ideate a little bit on this transition. Somehow it worked in the prior version. How much did this cost you? I use the Cloud Code Max plan, so it's the $200 a month one. This is our app that we're working on. That's just because it's changing code. But the landing. This is the app. It's like a news portfolio tracker research. Right now we're just working on the landing page, redesigning our landing page. This is the prior landing page. So yeah, this is what we built. And it's an AI tool as well for you to create charts and talk about your portfolio. You get data, etc. Anyways, a lot of people ask, so that's a quick overview of what we're doing. Okay. So moving forward. So there's this transition, right, where we're going from line to line, and the vision was something that this line would be a seamless transition. But unfortunately, when you have just a solo line on the page with no other content, while it's in between, this is not so good. So I think there's a couple options, but I'm curious, what are your thoughts first? Visually beautiful, if that made sense. Thank you. I'm not sure if you're saying before you started development, were you more of a back-end or front-end developer? I was completely back-end developer. I was mostly Java Spring for about 3 years, but a little bit in college and a little bit in the job, but just a little bit, not too much. So overlap the phases. Line starts moving while the old UI. Yeah, I think that number 2 is what I was thinking. The problem is it has to do a lot of movement to get to the new place it needs to be, because when we implemented this before, it looked pretty good. But it's because it needs to move like 30% of the page. It looks pretty bad. So I think we have to somehow reposition where the line is, so it's just a more seamless transition. Yeah, I used it in college a little bit. I haven't recently though. Fedora. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I will commit. These are our tests we're doing. And nope. Yeah, actually, this is part of it. Hey, Connor, I usually am, but well, actually, you can't do Command V with, like, for example, if you use Shotter, right, and you capture an area, and then you try to copy to clipboard, I can't do that. But what I normally do is I take a screenshot and I just drag it in pretty easily. I just, because it comes up on this bottom, you guys can't see it, but the bottom left here, so I just drag it in. However, my MacBook is not cooperating, so I'd probably have to, I don't really understand why, so I have to actually go and grab the file every time now. But that's just for today. Historically, it always worked. Yeah. Vibe coding a line for, honestly, there's some truth to that. That is what we have done for a couple days, I'd say. We're working on these animations. Okay, so I see what it's done here. It's trying to make the line movement minimal. However, does not understand the truth of the situation, which is okay. So I'm gonna undo the very last change here. I'm gonna commit because I was gonna commit before, and then we're going to drag it. And I'm going to investigate whether this script is working. Oh, I see. Do I have to hold it? Interesting. I can tell something is happening because when I do the scripts, there's like a moment of blinking. So you probably see some logs now. Hey, Doctor, it's like an investor platform for you to get information, etc. And ask questions and generate charts, and you get daily customized newsletters and as data. Okay, so we reverted the last change. I committed before we continue. Will help with your debt? Probably not. Probably not. I will commit this because it's okay. Hey, thanks, Crafty Jim. I am enjoying my life, so I think we already got that part. Just not the. Let's go ahead and try to fix that text on Safari. Not sure. There's some text here that's supposed to be showing, but on Safari it doesn't. Then we will continue. Maybe we just do the dev in Chrome while and we'll do the Safari thing later because I don't really want to focus on that. No worries, Crafty. I thought it was funny. I was not offended. I should stream for 8 hours. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. When you think about it, there's a lot of gaming streams, so just saying. What's the difference? So, as you can see, well, before we continue, what do you think is the issue? 4.5 years. Hey, codename Zulu. How's it go? So did you actually run this test or did you just make it? Let's go ahead and run it so we can validate. Approximate LOC, lines of code. I have not checked. Not sure. It's called a cup. We're making a little hammer spoon scripts. So you have misunderstood here. What's going on? Let me explain in more detail. So it's right when the research workspace is loading in, right? You've just loaded in the Apple versus SMP container. The lines need to be at the right place. Before they load in, you should load them in at the very last. The issue is you started loading them in too early, and they load in on top of other things. This is not good. Just asking because I'm not sure what the point is when AI gets itself muddled. Gotcha. Yes, Connor. This is a good question. The complexity, if you try to do something that's hard, it's best to make implementation documents and then you do it one step at a time, and it can be a little challenging sometimes as far as like if it's a thing that connects to a lot of components. So what we do is we create these documents, which I will show you. We tell it to make it. We make these documents, and I will show you what it does. It's actually kind of cool. It makes charts and all sorts of stuff that we can look at. And architecture documents, and then we read it and we say, does this make sense? And if it doesn't, then we tell it to fix the doc. And we just keep doing that until it looks good. And then we go phase by phase. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And then once you do that, it tends to be a bit better at more complex things, just like limiting the amount that it edits at a time. I don't understand why you're here then, if you don't. Yeah, exactly. If you guys don't like the content, you know, that's fine. Just go do something else or whatever. I am not offended. Anyways, I think I'm going. Wait, did it fix the last thing? It did. Fantastic. Okay. So the thing where it would like load on top of elements, that is gone. Now we have one major component left with this animation that I would like to do is two major components. Number one, I think Bravo is right about the texts. We have to communicate to the user well enough for everyone to understand what we're about to show them. We're about to show them the features of the product. It's not clear. Okay, that's number one. Number two, this line animation is not good, in my opinion, because there's too much darkness. But I'm going to commit the last change because we at least fixed one thing. Is like ease in, ease out animation, and not linear, so it feels more smooth. We do actually. I'm curious, which part do you think is not smooth? So, you're probably thinking. So this is a scroll-based website. So every time you see that I stop, it's because I'm stopping scrolling. But I'm sorry, this landing page I meant to say is a scroll-based page. However, what we're going to make it, the third component, is like. It's going to be you scroll and then it plays automatically until it gets to here. So then you scroll, plays automatically, gets to here. Or you can go back, like boom, plays you know what I mean? So you won't have to do what I said there. That's what we're going to do probably the last step once everything's hooked up and it looks reasonably good. Yeah. You're not dumb. No. I don't think it's very clear if you're just watching this that I'm scrolling. So I think that's another thing that people might not be able to see through the stream. What is the website about? I'm going to put in a little command so you can read a little bit about it, the general gist. All right. So this animation. And right now we're working on the landing page, so this is not functionality for anyone wondering. I guess that kind of glitches out, but that's fine. I think what I'm going to do is just move this down, this data explorer down a little bit. So that way that doesn't have to travel as far. That's how I'm going to try to fix it. So the way that we're going to fix this situation where the line is traveling too far is we're actually going to move the data explorer page down instead. or at least make it make the graph component bigger vertically, in which case it's going to be able to get there faster, and I think this might solve our design issue. You can go ahead and try this. Right. Was there any thought? Is there any thought? Your questions are very certain way, but there was not a lot of thought, but a little bit. Hope that answers your question. Holy, huge CSS code base. This is actually not CSS as far as the, this is Tailwind and some CSS. That's mainly for prototyping. And we're using this library for the motion. Now you are gone. Okay, so let me discard the last changes, I would say. It's like I think it's a 1 to 2 strike rule, and then I'm like, all right. So I do not like the last change, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Don't really like it. I think we're gonna pause on this particular problem for a little bit, and I'm gonna work on something else. I'm not really sure exactly. I suppose we could ideate a little more, but it might we might have to change a little bit about how we're going to connect these animations on these different phases. Because the line idea is just too weird. Somehow it worked before though. Like when we just had this phase and the third phase, it looks pretty good. I think the reason is because we made both the lines transform and then they just went to here and it looked good. Or we do like the flow on how the line charts move. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, but I mean, bottom line, like streaming every day, it's like, you know, if someone's chatting, but they're, never mind. I'm not even gonna say that. You guys know what I'm saying, I think. So if they're being a little passive aggressive, is what I'm saying. And I'm like, all right, you're not here in good faith. You can watch, but okay. I think what I'm going to do is work on the data page now for a little bit, and then we'll come back to it probably in an hour or so. So we added the some Microsoft quarter data. And I'm going to check that it's here. So it should be in tech. You can search, but I'm going to find it just to make sure it is here. Actually, don't see it. It should be in tech. Did you can you check, did we actually label Microsoft as like in the technology sector? Because I can't actually see it in the folder structure. Well, I guess. Check out Hanlon's razor. Let me take a look. It's, you know, it's actually a fair point. Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let's talk about this sector of mapping scripts. What exactly happens? I think you're probably right, but just take a look at it. So this one doesn't look as bad. I think it has to do with the distance. At the end of the day, it's the distance. You know, one thing we can do is like, it's doing the analyzing correlation right there. But we could just have this whole thing move up more, I suppose. To put it in focus, like in the center. Right when it loads in, and then transfer. And then keep this in the center as well. That might be what we do. All right, so do you see in the chart here at the bottom, what we're gonna do to try to solve our problem of distance is we're just gonna move up the, when the lines load in, it's gonna move up the workspace to put that in focus, and that's gonna be the center. And then from there, we're gonna move the center, and we'll do that transform to the right destination. However, in doing this, we've noticed that you have been very careless as far as the positioning of the transforms whenever we try to make a change in this. It makes a lot of changes. I think what we need to do is I need to figure out how does this work exactly that's making this hard for you to save our next destination of transforms. Are you actually saving it by coordinates? So you know, when you have like a transformation to a point, are you kind of winging it in a sense, or do you actually save it based on like checkpoints of like where the line's going to go? How does this work? Hey, Bravo. I'm going to be done in about 2 hours, I would say. Ran out of credits on windsurf today. Checking out anti-gravity. Yeah. Hey, not quite yet, K8. Day 3, nice. Yeah. Hey, Bravo, feel free to, you can just send me a message or something. I can see it on another screen. So, or just, I don't know what your Discord name is, but... Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not good. So do you see how so if you look at phase 1, right, we're actually using a coordinate-based system. When did we change from this, right? I want you to do an audit of this system. Because we did have a, I'm just curious what it's going to say. Oh, Kate, I missed your question. It's before I had the I do have a new MacBook here, so this is the new the new one, but before I had a 16 gigabytes one. So this one's 48. M4. Now, 1 second. This is our test of new charts. This is hooked up to real data, but I'm checking which question it ran. Okay, they actually are fake. I see. Oh, I see, but it ran through our mappers. That's what we wanted, though. Because we're going to test whether we can move to this D3 for our charts. I suppose let's run through an actual example, right? Here's what you're going to do. You're going to run a test that's going to go through the question pipeline, and it's going to hit the you're going to call it more explicitly in the test. So you're going to go through every component, and then after the mapper, you're going to take it and try to render the charts. That explains a lot, actually. No, not here, actually. Actually, you know what? Give me a full file structure for this page, because we need to actually go through and we need to change a few things. We're not going to go too crazy, but we want to try to make this easier to modify in the future. Oh, Command Shift M. Interesting. Do you see anything now? Check the logs for this. Yes. Yeah, that's not so good. Well, what would you recommend? As the idea here is, I think, honestly, at this point, it's okay. But we do need to figure out a better way for eyeballing the positions of the lines. So, I mean, for positioning them in the right place. For now, though, I want you to go ahead and create a document about how this works. And we'll reference it later. Okay, if we just fix this problem here, I'll be reasonably satisfied for the moment. Okay, given this information, what we're going to do, the idea here is that we're going to, the research page, when the user, or when we get to the actual line that's being rendered, we're going to make it the center. So it's going to move everything up. And the chart itself with the lines is going to be the center of the page. Go ahead and try to implement this as far as like everything's going to move up at the same time after it's faded in, or rather while it's fading in. Oh, I see a problem. As far as the... oh, I see it's still working. roughly right. No, come back to. Hey, how's it going? Stack. This is our stack. If you want to take a look. For this project, it's I think that's maybe a little outdated, but I don't like that. Okay. I see what it's done though. It's moving this up but not these two. And if it moves up these two containers, it might actually be in the right spot. The only thing is you didn't move up these two containers. You moved up the top part. Make sure to move up these two as well. Don't move the line though. Might be about right. Okay, while I do that, I'm going to fix one thing. So take a look at this. Do you know in the widgets for Viraloop, can you change the size of the share icons? Nice, about right. But now let's look. Does that? It is a little better as far as. But now let's maybe make it quicker. The actual hack. Interestingly, it's not letting me drag it. One second. I cannot drag the image anymore. please. Okay. So if you can move the lines down a tad with the 1 year today. Yeah, that's about right. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Design. Oh wait, no. We're not going to do that at the moment. We will investigate that later. Oh great, you can add CSS to the widget. Okay, let me go log in and do that. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and deploy this now. Let me put this in. It's good enough, I would say, to be up. I'll do this over here, or rather over here. Okay, so it's slightly sped up. It's okay. Change this text. I will fix these now. There we go. All right, so do you see this text here? This is what happens on Safari for this text. It renders far away and then it teleports, but it works on Chrome. There's two Safari issues, this one and then one other, which is that this text. Let's try to investigate both of these and get these. Go ahead and tell me what the issue is first, though. Why Firebase? Why not Supabase? I think both are fine. For me, like prototyping and working, I'm just used to Firebase, and I like it to use for authentication. I know Supabase also has it, but just what I'm used to. So no real thoughts there, I'd say. And then for the FFmpeg, we're using, that's for the project with the Reels generation that we are working on. You can see some of my channel. I use that. It does some video editing stuff. So the Safari issue, clip path. Interesting. I think what we should do is detect if the user is on Safari, and then we will scope the change for that. Can we do that? It's making code changes. Okay, so supposedly this might be up. Let's go ahead and check. Cool, now let's go ahead and wait, did you already hook up the new charts to this data? This mock data here? Or this data, I guess, that's running through the tests? Oh, sure, TCM. Cool. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab another coffee. Hopefully by the end of today we'll have this landing page. Oh, nice. It's for working on Safari now. Excuse me. Set out. It's okay. I think we did a pretty okay job, but there's plenty more to do as far as making it completely understandable for the average user. However, I want to work on other things now. I think I'm actually satisfied with this at the moment. Still doing this thing though. We'll fix this. After I come back though. I'm gonna run it though. So still this issue. It's not the chart teleporting, it's the specific title. Only the title teleports. So it's something to do with the text itself. Give 3 potential reasons why this is happening. Okay. I will be back. But I'm going to commit this last change because it fixed the Safari bug. Okay. Cool. It is 11:43. I'll be back. Cool, I'm back. Yeah, I always drink coffee. It's the European blood. Or Swiss blood, I don't know. But my family drinking coffee always. Right after dinner. All that stuff. Probably messes with your sleep a bit, but whatever. I don't care. All right. Not bad. It's not bad. I am feeling okay about this. Oh, it's still doing the teleporting thing. Okay. Teleporting thing. I would like that to not do that. Did it try to do that? Safari calculates the text centering before the parent SVG. Which do you think is the most likely scenario here? Could you imagine trying to figure that one out? Probably the first one, right? Something. I don't think it's a opacity thing because it's actually in the wrong position. I kind of want to make like a panel at some point where it's like I have a series of tasks going, right? It's like a control panel. It sucks. Click, try again. I don't have to actually type it. And just like I can loop it like 3 or 4 times or something. Keep trying again. And I can have it just running and I don't even need to. Anyways. Renders before layout is resolved. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's 2. That doesn't really make sense to me. Maybe 3. Nope, it wasn't that either. So undo that last change. I guess that leaves number 2. Try that. Then we will add logs. So we're going to have it so you can click all of these. Wait, that actually worked. Interesting. It was number 2. However, no fade in. But we can accomplish a fade in because it's there. So do it the same way, I would say. So congratulations, that is the problem. However, now it's not fading in, so can we do a fade in similar to the other text on the left side? Oh. So what you just did right there introduced the problem again. So you have to remove that. Safari. Why you do this to us? Let me reload. It's a good thing I commit. I discarded your last change because you screwed it up. Let's take a look. What could be the reason why we cannot fade in? We can fade in one text area, but not fade in this text area. Is it because, does that have something to do with like it's hooked to the chart itself? Like, because they are the same thing. So everything you did there broke it, right? Trying to add the opacity. So the question is why? So don't do anything. We're going to try to understand the situation. Just started working on a new big tech company this week. That's cool. They offer both Cloud Code and Cursor. Oh yeah, I really like Cloud Code. Cloud Code is great. I would highly recommend it. I like pretty much everything about it. It's cool. I can set up all these windows. Check it out. It's nice. It's all like hotkeyed up. And I also just like, I just like it. I just like it. I like everything. I like the UI, and it's fast usually. The only thing, actually, the one thing I don't like is sometimes the display stuff, but because it kind of glitches around sometimes. But it's okay because the rest of it is really good. Like the model and everything. That I think it's partly because they probably really know their model very well, so they understood how to prompt it correctly or something. Because it feels like every time I use Opus 4.5, it feels better here. I don't know why. Do you ever not miss working in an IDE? For me, I liked programming, but I feel like this gets the parts I like. I get the parts I like, and I remove the parts I don't like. So I like the high-level design stuff. So if I want to do that, I can. So I usually do that when we're working on harder stuff. Well, the UI has proved kind of challenging. Usually if we're working on harder stuff, we'll work on our docs, and I like doing that. So this is the part where I like to read it. I like to understand a little bit what's going on and fix it. But everyone's different. Some people maybe really like certain aspects that I do not like as much. Okay. And I certainly don't like how Safari is not allowing us to fade this in correctly. Why don't you just do it the same way? Why can't you just do this foreign object thing? Wait, does that mean this one piece of text is not in that same coordinate system? The idea was everything would be in the same. Okay, tell me this first. Are they in the same coordinate system at least? These two text sections. Gemini 3 for UI, we did do that. We went to AI Studio, we made some stuff. I really didn't like any of them. That was the problem. However, with that said, there may have been an argument we could use Gemini 3 for this animation process. However, I'm not sure. I'm not certain. Overall, though, I think it's okay. Okay, good. They're both inside the same coordinate system. That's good. Gotcha. So what's the clear way to fix this? What's the quick win here to fix this? Fix this particular bug. I feel like this is more of this isn't really a style thing. This is more like an actual bug. Fantastic. We have done it. It now fades in and it does not teleport around. Fantastic. Let's see it one more time. Oh. I'm pretty sure Suno is rate limiting me or something. Because it's been doing this for quite a few days now where I can't play music anymore. It's kind of lame. Okay, I'm going to join the Discord. Discord is not working either. There we go. This is a V1, I would say, of this. It's now got everything I would want. In a reasonable speed. But our main goal is to make it a little more interactive too, I would say. I'll fix a few bugs now, I think. And I'm going to deploy it, I think, as well. Oh yeah, this script we were working on. Yeah, there's a little bit about like things are coming up a little too quickly. It should be, this needs to be closer to the text and things like this. It's not a readable landing page. See, on my monitor it is. But let me see on the other monitor. Yeah, I agree. I see what you're saying. Would you say this is readable? Pretending I'm a user. Anything after this? Oh, you're talking about that right now? Right here? Here it's pretty readable, I would say. I assume you're talking about here, right? This is where the least readable, I would say. So obviously it should be something happened here, phase in first. Oh, you know what it should be? It should be something happened here with the text here, and then text here, and then this, right? Not sure. I'm gonna keep it here for now. It's looking too dark. Yeah, we'll change the colors, but now I'm looking at the positioning. Oh, you're talking about this? Yeah, you have to clarify, I guess, where... Or maybe the text here is too dark? I assume you're talking about this area. So we added like 12 quarters on Microsoft. I'm gonna make sure that worked. Nice, fantastic. So now we're gonna run this on the rest. So we have the quarter data. That's gonna be really nice, actually. Cool. That worked pretty well, actually. Cool. Let's. I'm going to run that for the rest of them. These are our little tests. Oh, it's not 2 seconds I meant to do. Here it is. Nice. So this is legit. We ran these on a actual question and got use the charts to using our existing pipeline. I wanted to do this to validate that these charts would all look okay. I guess, Bravo, do you have any thoughts on these charts if you're still watching? We have a theme. So this is one theme. Do you actually not like this theme, Bravo? You don't like the dark? I'll show you the app. We have the light theme as well, of course. Which actually does hurt my eyes now, after I'm no longer used to it. Wow, I really prefer the dark. I see what people were saying. Once you get used to that, it's hard to go back. So yeah, I don't really like the idea of that. Forward port, share it on my screen so I can see them. Sure, we'll probably deploy it here soon. I gotta do a few things though. This is kind of cool. The reason why I think this is cool is not only will we have all this data, and it's actually more in detail than I've seen on some other sites. We're going to put in DCFs. So that's kind of like a projected thing, if you guys know. And then we have the valuation data. There'll be a bunch of interesting things that they can explore, and they can save it. I'm actually really excited to use it myself. Hey, FYH. So this is, you're saying this is looking too dark for you, TCM? My monitors, it looks okay. Let me look on the stream. Yeah, on the stream it's a little hard to read, I think. You know, that might be a component of it. I kind of wonder, maybe it's some quality issue there. I mean, definitely this is actually pretty hard to read, this text right here. But this, on my monitor at least, is pretty good. But with that said, we'll fix it. I think we will make it more readable for sure. I think these are cool. Let's get them integrated at some point. Interesting. Thanks, DHack. Well, we will experiment. I wonder if there's like maybe a website we can use to like, or some sort of tool we can use to like simulate other monitor colors. That'd be kind of a nice tool. Is there some tool we can use to like simulate other monitor colors? Do you guys like these? Anyone have any thoughts? I'm gonna get a poll. I will let it sit for a little bit while I run on this. Okay, 4 votes is, those are definitely charts. These are our new charts we're gonna implement. So DHack, I should have put a neutral option for that is how he's feeling. Yes, no worries. Just going for lunch. We'll see you later. Interesting. I'll come back to that, I suppose. I want to make this a little more interactive. So, I'm working over here at the moment. So take a look at this. It's in this folder. We've hooked this up now, so it's getting 12 quarters since we're doing 3 years. We did it for Microsoft, and now we're going to do it for the rest of the 500 companies we got. Double check. I believe everything is ready to go. I'm going to clear this. More interactive. So you should be able to click around and see different folders, balance sheet, cash flow, and it will show different numbers. You can actually use legit numbers. We have all the data, so you can take a look at this page. You just need a... We're actually not going to have it, actually reach out to Firebase. We're just going to make a little mock, but it's going to have the real numbers there. And you can just grab it. So in other words, we're going to hard code the data because this is the past and we have the information, but we're not going to do any fetching. And we're just going to do it for these 2 companies, and we're going to allow them to click around. And when they hover over the graph, it's going to also have the same sort of data points. In other words, the graph is actually going to be accurate. This is 2 phases. Before you begin, let's list the 2 phases. We're going to just do the first one, then the second one, because separate them out a little bit. One moment here. I am setting it up so it'll be up. moment here. Okay, it is deployed once more. However, there are a few things I need to do. Oh, this is the right. That was a bug fix in the SEC data. I don't like that. Oh, thanks, chill dude. Bernav. It's not Chrome, it's actually Safari here. So you're saying that the browser actually has to allow this? Oh, this actually makes sense, right? It's some sort of protection against like JavaScript injection. Is it something like this? Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Actually, I already did this. So I already did this. We might have to try something else. Are you sure? Is this the only way I could? The only thing I could do to try to enable this? I'm trying to build a little tool for us when we're designing. I think the better way to do it is you make a Chrome extension rather than this. Because otherwise, yeah. So I made this the new landing page. Oh right, I forgot to remove, these are important, remove these. Hey, I'm Mad. How's it going? It's probably a large learning curve. What are you trying to make? Why did that happen? Let's see. think maybe one thing is just to kind of talk with the AI a little bit. Probably it's usually when I'm trying to learn something, I just kind of like ask a bunch of questions. To programming, there's a lot of stuff, especially from the beginning. Just like, when we're trying to learn design, so much information. Actually, minimize these. Which one was it? I will find you. Is this one? Hey, thanks. How did you start? I started with making Minecraft plugins. So working on like fun little projects. Minecraft plugins are pretty fun. But maybe you can work on something you're kind of interested in, like tangentially. Like fun little projects. Most people that I know that like programming started with just working on little projects they found interesting. Chubb. Where's Microsoft? What the heck? Where did it go? Oh, we're in financials. Wait, what? I see. Just different. Wait, I'm gonna check if PostHog is working because I want to see if anyone's visiting the site. I love PostHog. I'm gonna sign in. I definitely should be able to see myself. Nice. I look. Oh, yes, I actually shouldn't have looked, but it's okay. No one's visited. I definitely will not look at that again. It's just my emails. All right, no one can sign it. That's right. So there's no problem there anyways. But regardless, we will not. Hey, thanks, Imad. Welcome back, Bravo. Oh, interesting. There's actually an option for this, huh? Let me take a look. Ah, go figure. There actually is an option for this. Let's go ahead and try the script then. Oh my gosh, it works. Fantastic. Let's try it. Check it out. Nice. Let's try to reposition something this way. So we built our little script. It'll copy it directly to our, this is like, let's say we want to reposition something. We say, hey, we're going to reposition it to right here. And now we have the exact viewport dimensions. Whoops, wrong hotkey. Cool. Well, we already repositioned everything. So it would have been nice to have that earlier, but we have it now in case which we definitely will have to do more design stuff. So all is not lost. I thought I removed these. Yeah, okay, it's just removed on the landing. You have lo-fi trap music? No, not yet. Just lo-fi. I'm running a few cloud terminals off the screen. Getting the stream music. Oh, comfy UI. Nice. Is it good? What is this? What are you doing? Why are you changing the Data Explorer page? Don't do that. Yes. Hey, good morning to you. Shift some little shift some little bugs. It's hopefully not true. But oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. We're getting there. I'm making a few changes over here. We're getting there, slowly but surely. This is okay for now. This will be a little more interactive next. It should be good. Oh, great. It already is a little bit. You can click around and stuff. Now I just got to change the chart. I'll go to phase 2. Did we commit everything? Yes, phase 2. Boom. Okay. I see it as doing something. However, I live in Washington. Do you understand the situation? I am having a lot of Vercel build errors. I'm just fixing them one by one. Take a real quick look, like a real, actually not quick look. Look at the image. Do you see that there are 2 lines? Is there any way we could achieve this idea of the line morphing into the recharts line, and then the recharts line morphing into the next line? Might be a little tricky, I acknowledge. However, another approach is that we actually don't even use recharts. It's an option, and it's literally us we are kind of simulating our own like we have the data points. So we make our own line. That way we have full control over the line. I understand it's a little tricky. I actually changed my mind. Let's use recharts. I'm actually going to just discard this line. I will do that tomorrow. So I discard this. If we do allow the user to click around, we have to modify the line. There's no alternative to that. Hey, Srab, let me put this in the chat. I use Cloud Code. Cloud Code here in Opus 4.5. How should we do this, actually? I think the idea of... actually, you know what? Go ahead and try. Go ahead and try. No problem. Ah, it's building. Fantastic. And I will see it deployed. And then I will feel pretty good. And then I will go. Okay, it is deployed. I am now going to do some checks. I'm also going to turn off signing in. Well, even if they can see the page, it is blocked, but whatever. The endpoints, I mean. Alrighty, cool. I guess I should make sure the waitlist still works. I mean, it works on this page. I'm gonna put in some random stuff. Nice. All right, guys. I'm going to head out. It's been a good one. Feel free to join the waitlist if you would like. I am going to go. See you guys later. Today we worked on this full animation flow. So it starts with something happened here, the dot. And it explains the first part, which is like, granted, we should probably do a little more explanation as far as what the brief is. But it's okay. This is our research section. This is our data explorer. and this is the portfolio tracking. So we tried to hit all 4 components. This was the idea. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.